She took the midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere. Singer in a smoky room, the smell of wine and cheap perfume. For a smile they can share the night. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard, their shadows searching in the night. Street lights, people, it's not living just to find emotion, hiding somewhere in the night. Hard to get my fill, has no interludes. Everybody wants a thrill, paying anything to roll the dice just one more time. Some will win, some will lose. Some are born to sing the blues. Oh, the movie never ends. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard, their shadows searching in the night. Street lights, people living just to find emotion, hiding somewhere in the night. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Street lights, people. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Street lights, people. Don't stop. I don't know how I feel about that one compared to normal.
Yo, oh
I think
man, now I'm gonna follow it up with choppy audio. What the heck is happening right now? Here, you know what? We're gonna hit a different button. Oh, it's Inception!
Oh no, not the time.
Good evening, everybody. There we go. Okay, it's fixed. It's fixed now. It's fixed. Good evening, everybody. Welcome into the show. Thank you. I know I messed it up. Oh, wasn't that nice? Opening the show with Beck. That was so nice. I loved it. I loved it, bunchies. Good evening, everybody. Welcome into the show. Yes, a new graphic. New graphic, Coldbane. Absolutely, that's what we did. Good evening, everybody. Welcome in to the show. Appreciate you guys all being here. Welcome in. Yeah, Wilson says I could get used to that opening. I know, it was very nice. All right, listen, we got things to do. We're gonna hit our opening. Yo, what's up, Iron Chef? Thank you for your 100 kitty bitties. Appreciate that. We're gonna hit our Talking Trek server sound off, and then we're gonna have to figure out a time to take that first break, because we started a little unorthodox here tonight, Griffin. All right, started just a little bit odd. There's always time. There's always time. Good evening, everybody. Welcome in to a Talking Trek server sound off. You guys hit it in chat. It looks like a lot of people are still hanging out over with Beck because she just started a hype train.
Oh, no.
So
She's great.
She's going to be on for another hour and a half. All right, Scaly back. What's going on? Thank you. Raj on server 9. What's going on? Noon Whistle on 29. Juvie on 60 and 61. Indominus Prime on server 53. Spectre hanging out on server 11. Iron Chef on 14. Thank you. Aquila Hawk on 21. Stradalorian on server 9. Haggis on 16. Scaly back. Yes, from the Outback. Scaly hanging out from the Outback. 193, thank you. Ty God on server 33. Bender the Robot on 51. Burton on 701. Striker on 49. Wilson on 36. Kirok on 61. Madrox on 8. Agador on 61. Bel Air on the sexy server 70. Game Junior on server 30. Gidmon on 26. Trick Diva on 86. Freelancer dropping 200 kitty bitties. Thank you so very much. J-Babes on 13. Wildstar on 74. Evil Smurf on server 12. Rico on 55. Spock on 35. Silvertab on 40. Keymaster on 14. Retrieving says his server number is currently retrieving. Everywhere it matters on, oh my God, why would you 56. Took me a second, matters. I couldn't actually read Roman numerals. 56. Stargazer on 67. Check on 84. Lloydson on server 11. Chris, Son of Mac on 40. Crash Override on server 20. Darkblood on 17. Coldbane on 164. General Lark on server 34. So Smooth on server 76. Waffly saying time to get it on. Jongo with 100 kitty bitties. Paco and Thad joining us on server 15. Thank you guys so very much for being here, everybody. And somehow, again, the show getting all out of whack here this morning, Griffin. This morning, because there's still a minute and 17 seconds on the timer. And
who makes a 5-minute timer with a 3.5-minute intro song?
Well, because normally we're playing other songs, and then I realized that Beck was streaming, and we would play that. So do we want to just let it count down, or do we just go ahead and hop in? Let's just go ahead and hop in. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to you. There is Griffin.
Hey,
and he's not green.
I've been very good boy. Very good boy.
He's been a good boy. What a good boy he's been. Good evening, everybody. Appreciate you guys all being here. What's going on? Thank you very much. Yeah, not green yet. That's correct. No. He's not green yet. Appreciate all you guys for being here. Stradalorian says, wait, what? I know. It's craziness. Listen, we do so. Honestly, the beginning of the show got kind of messed up because normally we play the music and then we go ahead and take the first commercial break, right, Griffin? That way Twitch will give us an hour commercial free. But now it's telling me I've got to start an ad in the next 2 minutes and 45 seconds. So we're going to hang out for a couple of minutes, and we're going to do this over on Twitch. We're going to send them to ads very quickly. I'll give you 60 seconds to get subbed to the channel. 60 seconds if you'd like to sub to the channel and get joined up. That way you can avoid those commercials. But in the meantime, I'd like to welcome you guys all into the show, and we will begin our show here in just a couple of moments, where tonight we've got some cool stuff. We've got Jules Verne is going to be here.
Right.
Yes. Jules Verne will be here.
That's a smart guy, that Jules Verne.
He's a great guy. Jules Verne is going to be here. Everywhere It Matters is on the stage now. Good evening to you. What's up, buddy?
Not much. How are you doing tonight, DJ?
Good. I am doing well. Celebrating the end of an arc and event store loot that, listen, I could be off on, all right? I could be off, but Jules Verne tells me that we should all be relatively happy with event store loot this month, so we're going to take a look at that coming up here in just a little bit, which, listen, if Jules Verne tells me I should be happy, then by golly, I'm going to be happy. Because that's right. Game Junior says, I always know I'm going to learn something when Jules is here. That's right. He is the absolute big brain behind STFC, and he's got some insights to share with us here tonight, so we're looking forward to that. Also, some updates on the Monroe Carroll Jr. Children's Hospital. If you take a look over here at this way, right over here, you can see we are almost through our first floor, Griffin. Almost through. We are 85% through our first floor of the Children's Hospital, and we're, a week and a half into this thing. You guys use the QR code if you would like to contribute to the Vanderbilt Children's Hospital this year. We are doing some great stuff. We are planning a trip. As a matter of fact, Arian was here with us just a little bit ago, Griffin. We were chatting a little bit, and we are planning our trip very, very soon. Wilson says, is there a milestone where Beck sings a song for the Christmas Angel? Absolutely. We just need to figure out what that is from her. But if you guys remember, I'm pretty sure last year it was, like $30,000. She did the Christmas wrap, and then there was also something where she had to clean out Echo's car, which did ultimately end up happening. All right, that did end up happening. So we're going to talk more about that and Studio B. We're going to do all of it coming up on the other side of this opening break here on the Twitch audience, and with the podcast audience, we'll stick with you guys, all right? Thank you guys so very much for being here on Talking Trek, Star Trek Fleet Command's official podcast. That being said, Griffin, is there video evidence of what? Of the use of a flamethrower on cleaning that car. I mean, listen, I did show you guys that the car was clean. I just don't know if she was the one that actually cleaned it, you know. Wait, what's wrong with my tan? Why are you making fun of my...
You don't have one.
Yeah.
You don't have a tan.
I'm not tan. I'm just olive colored.
You're translucent.
Vic says nice tan. I'm olive colored. We've talked about this. This new camera is amazing because, oh, you son of a biscuit.
Thanks a lot, Mosher. Appreciate
Cool.
you.
Cool.
Thanks a lot, Mosher. You're stupid. Thanks a lot. Anyway, talking about tan, where's Green Griffin? Well, he hasn't messed up yet tonight.
That's right.
Once he messes up. Holy smokes, Engineer! Look at Engineer on the 125 stream streak.
What?
Holy smokes! That's impressive, man. I mean, how long has it taken to do 125 streams? I mean, that is months and months and months of perfection.
Even caught the 5 a.m. stream?
Caught
That's
the 5
pretty good.
a.m. stream. That's
Wow.
insane. Holy cow,
That's a
125
big one right there.
streams.
That's impressively
wild.
large.
It is
It
impressively
is
large.
impressively large.
That's more
Yeah.
than me. That's right, Mosher. I haven't even showed up to 125 streams. So, so there's
You
that.
have missed 125 streams. That's your system you got going on.
And further, if we're gonna poke a little bit of fun, it's been 125 streams since we interviewed Peyton List. Yes.
Good. Goodbye, everybody.
Where's the Peyton video? I do not. Are you serious? All right. First of all, this is my natural color. All right. We've had this conversation. It's an amazingly wonderful, beautiful, and detailed camera that shows my perfectly beautiful olive-colored skin. Okay? It's not been a
No.
year yet. Not quite been a year. Not yet. March would be a year. Paco
Thank
says,
you.
I remember the 5 a.m. stream. Has it been 2 bloody minutes yet? Yes, it has.
Thank you very much for spending your toy mice. Thank you. Chris, son of Mac, thank you for the hydrate. I'll do that now.
See, DJ's
I
has
forgot to
actually
turn
been
off.
dating had been dating Jayla. And so in an effort to kind of blend in,
Wait, what?
he's been working on not getting the tan. So the photos look better that way.
Yeah, that's obviously what happens. Yeah, I forgot to turn off sound alerts and viewer things. I'm going to have to turn these things off because we are doing a podcast tonight. All right.
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. As we wait for folks to return back.
What
He
is
got
that?
one in. He got one in. That was General Ark peeing on my shirt. Thank you. Thank you, General Ark. Appreciate that very much. Very, very kind of you. As we await the return of our Twitch audience, we thank all you guys for being here tonight. We do have some things to talk about. And we're going to get to all of those things, including event store loot counts here tonight.
Yes.
We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the Wrapup Symbiosis and the officers. As a matter of fact, we have, alas, Griffin, we have a correction to make. We do.
Well, what else?
Vielle is performing differently than expected. Yes.
Yep.
Broke the game again.
I did not break
Oh.
anything. All right. As a matter of fact, Vielle is performing better than expected. Not only differently than expected, but better than expected. So Kaviji says, shocker. Actually, I mean, I guess I could probably own this one. All right, Kaviji. Vielle is operating better than expected. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. Yes, in comparison to other officers, which is how we drew that comparison early in the month, you guys may remember that we talked about, for example, we talked about her comparison to Hugh, right? And we assumed that, like Hugh, Vial would not work well with Janeway because you had to take hull damage. So we're actually going to talk about that here tonight because that is not the case. All right. So yeah, Juby, this time failing up for a change.
Wow.
Also, beer. All right. Beer is working slightly different than we expected. So we're going to give you that information here tonight and allow you guys to get that information. So, of course, now it's too late to earn either of those two officers, but you will know. You will know, and if you do have them, then you can use them better. And if you don't have them, then you can be on the lookout for them coming up. All right. Strider says, "Shut up before they nerf her." No, it's actually how she is written. It's actually how she's coded. Matter says, "Oh, you can still buy them." Okay, well, yeah, I guess you got 24 hours then.
Oh, yeah. Well, hold on. I'll be right back.
Stop it! No,
That's one.
Don't do it. All right, don't do it. Darkfire says they hit a solo Armada event behind the Vindicator event bucket. You know, I am fine.
Yeah,
I'm fine with that. Okay, not necessarily them hiding it, just the fact that it was there. I love the fact that it was grinders. Okay, I, by the way, didn't see it, Darkfire. All right, I'm with you. I did not see it. I did not know it was happening. It's fine. I'm not jealous. I'm not upset about it. I'm actually very, very glad that that it ran because players like Scalyback placed 4th in their server solo leaderboard. Congratulations to you, Scaly. Yes, that's right.
Hit it.
Madam Stargazer got 2nd place. Very nice.
Very cool.
Odysseus is like me. Oops, missed it. Rico got 1st. Burton got 3rd. Six Flash got 4th. I didn't see it. I didn't.
Turns out you have to actually log into the game in order to do this.
I have logged into the game. As a matter of fact, I played a lot over the last year. And no, I played a fair amount this month. I did not finish my battle pass. I actually came a lot closer than I would have expected. I mentioned in chat earlier today that I was 15,000 points. I thought that I had hit all my battle pass events, but I must have missed one somewhere. I missed one somewhere because I was exactly 15,000 points shy. So I missed my overflow, but I finished the battle pass itself. So Daystro says, you know, a lot of people might complain about leaders boards, maybe even complain about bracketing, but there were so many grinders leaderboards this month. It felt good to be a grinder. He placed top 10 in every single one. That is amazing.
Dang,
good for you.
Dude.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
Yeah, Bender says, I'm 7,000 short, missed a top milestone somewhere. Yeah, because people did hit. All right, the math was not wrong this month. People hit. The math came out right. Everybody who did stay perfect got all of their rewards. So I missed out on something somewhere, but I'm glad that it actually worked. You know, it's crazy that we take a look at this month, Matters, and say, okay, well, the battle pass lined out perfectly. Most of the events went off without a hitch. I mean, we had issues with arenas, but they weren't technical in nature. You look at the engineering this month, and unless I'm forgetting something, because it's been a long month for me in the real world, but unless I'm missing something, this was not a technically unsound month. Matters, let me touch base with you. One thing that I do see in the chat that some people are not happy about are the regional solo leaderboards. But that taken into account, there was a lot of balance this month between grinders events and spenders events, and a lot of people really got some good engagement in. And I don't think that there was a great deal of engineering faux pas this month. Tell me a little bit about the engineering aspect as we check in with Everywhere It Matters on the Symbiosis Part 2 event wrap-up. Matters, how'd you feel about stability this month?
I think it's been great. I mean, like you said, I mean, no major issues with the events. The features seem to work well. People had other concerns about it, but not for functionality. It worked the way they were expecting it to.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, some minor lag here and there, but that's pretty much to be expected, but nothing extraordinary and no dumpster fires.
Yeah, Vul agreeing with you. Most of the engineering issues I saw this month were during arenas and the lag that occurred there. Otherwise, not bad. Double Sharp says, the event structure this month was actually super pleasing. Allowed him to stock up on other loops to where he doesn't have to grind some stuff for months and months. We have talked about this in the past, and I want to draw a little bit of attention to this very quickly. And Putz, good evening. Welcome. Oh, Arian is here, everybody.
Hi, Arian.
All right, time out. Good evening to you, darling. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. I started into the game content because I didn't see you pop in there. I'm going to bounce around a little bit tonight. Obviously, I'm scatterbrained. Arian is here on the stage, everybody. Arian is coming in because we have developed a few more updates and a little bit more news regarding what we're doing with Monroe Carroll Jr. Children's Hospital. Take a look right over here on the right-hand side of your screen. You've got the QR code there that you can scan for a tax-deductible receipt and your donation to the Children's Hospital. But, Arian, we're already at $5,100. Now, that sounds great, but the goal is $60,000. All right. Last year we did $54,000. The goal this year is $60,000. Now, Arian, if we are reminding folks of a couple of things, it could be starting out a little lightly because we've got the National Week of Giving that's coming up, here in about 2 or 3 more weeks. So some people could be holding for that, but please be sure to check with your employers for that, for the matches and so forth. Iron Chef says, aloha, Arian. Thank you for all your hard work for the children. Arian, good evening to you. What are the updates that we have regarding the 2024 Christmas Angel Fund this year?
First, aloha, Dr. Iron Chef. Second, we have some dates nailed down to go down and visit these guys again. I'm so excited. We've got some really fun stuff planned. I don't know if we're going into details on that yet. We're still working some stuff out.
Okay.
So
yeah, I probably don't want to necessarily
super
launch
exciting.
a date anyway. We don't want all you crazy people descending down upon the hospital. That being said, because we know you guys would show up, by the way, which is incredibly awesome. You guys would totally show up, and I love you guys for that. But we're going to be restricted to a certain number of people that will be able to get in. But we have been working with them. Listen, without going into a lot of detail, Arian, we've got a gaming tournament set up with some of the patients.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, they have put me into a tournament with these kids. These kids are apparently signing up, literally, as we speak, are signing up to take me down in a game of their choice. So the way
it's going to be great.
Oh, dude, let me just tell you, I'm going to get slapped. I am. These are kids. These kids know how to game. All right. I am just going to get slapped. I know it. I'm hosed, Brett says. Yeah, Hypodermic says, can we bet on the kids? You wouldn't win nothing because everybody knows they're going to win. All right. Yeah, Stryker says, nice knowing you. Dude, it's not going to go well for me. All right. I can tell you right now. They've already told me that Fortnite is going to be. I don't know how to play Fortnite. All right. They were telling me that Mario Kart might be one. Now, I might do okay in Mario Kart. All right, I'm kind of okay in Mario Kart. I could probably pull that one off. Daverick says a game of shaving DJ's head. All right, so listen, Arian, I've thought about this. All right, I have thought about this, and I have already prepared some things for if indeed this were to happen. As a matter of fact, I've already spoken to my barber. And I've already spoken to a couple of guys who can run some film for me. If indeed, I'm just going to say it right now, all right, there are things that are going to happen. If indeed we hit the $60,000 goal this year, I will shave my head live on stream. Okay? Yeah.
That's amazing.
I'm going to shave my head live on stream. Vul says he can't shave his head. His hair makes him his living. No, I'm going to shave it. I'm going to shave it off. All right. I even told my boss.
And your eyebrows?
Huh?
And your eyebrows?
No, what's wrong with you? No, not the eyebrows. No. Those don't grow back. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, they do. What are you talking
No.
about?
yeah, they
They grow
do.
faster.
Mine
No.
get real long.
What is Griffin going to do if we hit $60,000?
Oh, I'll shave my head right with DJ. I have no
Are
problem
you
with that.
He'll
serious?
paint himself green.
Yeah, let's go double head shave.
Well, there you go. Raj says they do grow back. I am not shaving my eyebrows. Listen, shaving my head is one thing. All right. Eyebrows totally another. I do still have a day job. All right. I still have a day job. All right. Okay. So Griffin there going to shave his head right along with me. Okay. Well, there you go. All right. We will be.
I mean, I'll also shave my eyebrows if you shave your eyebrows. I have no problem doing that either.
Ooh.
Unless you're too chicken. Are you too
Gauntlet thrown down.
to shave your eyebrow for the kids? I mean, don't do it for yourself. Do it for the kids. Eyebrow. Zhoop.
I don't know about that. I think he's probably.
Hold on. Wait. I mean,
Shave your eyebrows, man. What's wrong with you?
Can somebody? All right. Listen. Here's what I'm going to do very quickly. Just so I know what I might be getting myself into, because I know you guys are really good at this stuff. I'm going to do this. I'm going to put myself up on screen. All right. And and I'm going to zoom in. All right. Here's what I want you guys to do. I want you guys to take a picture. Take a picture of me right here, please. And I want you to remove my hair and eyebrows, and then show me what it looks like. I know some of you guys with the like the AI and the Photoshop and all that stuff. You guys can figure that out. I just need to see what it's going to look like.
DJs,
Double Sharp says take the glasses off. Okay, here I go.
You're wearing glasses.
Hold on.
I mean,
okay. No, I'm coming back. Now I can't even see the buttons.
oh, look at you. Oh, Lord.
Okay.
Oh, no. Look at
Some
that.
things
face.
never change.
What is that?
There we go. Okay, got it. I had
Does
to.
he have to? Oh my goodness.
I couldn't see. All right.
Well, remove your headphones. I mean, you can't do it with the headphones on.
And now we can say stuff about him, and he can't hear us.
Why is he leaning in like he's going to lick the camera?
I was trying to get close to the camera for you. Okay.
I mean, we can get it from back there. Plus, if you don't like it without your eyebrows, you're still wearing your glasses. Nobody will even notice you don't have your eyebrows. You're fine,
dude,
man.
I have pretty thick eyebrows, man. Oh God. Okay. Fix it.
They're not that thick.
Nah.
I mean.
You can just paint them on.
Okay. Now my.
Yes, you could paint them on. 'Cause
Oh, that's
that
true.
would work
Let's
well.
get
That
we'll
would
get
probably
you-
also look really weird.
We'll get your eyebrows tattooed back on. Don't worry.
Yes.
All right, listen, I'll think about it. I don't know
What do
about
you
all
mean?
that.
Think about it. No, I'm not going on with the show until you commit to shaving your eyebrows. Come on. It's for the
He's
kids.
so hardcore.
60 grand, eyebrows, hair.
Tycon in the Discord also said, "How about commissioning a shaved cat avatar that you have to use for 6 months?"
Juby says, "How much for one eyebrow?"
Now, see,
$100,000.
that's the problem. That's the problem.
$100,000. All right. You know what? Fine, Griffin. Fine. You and your stupid peer pressure. If we hit $60,000, I will shave my head and my eyebrows. All right.
Perfect.
There you go. You guys have it.
Now we're cooking with gas. Now we're cooking with gas.
Can we let the record show that I brought up the eyebrows?
Thanks a lot.
You're all welcome.
You're a son of a biscuit. All right, thank you. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I love you too. Appreciate that. So there you go. $60,000 is the goal, in which I will shave pretty much my entire head. We'll do that, and that would be head and eyebrows.
That's amazing. I love it.
Don't.
I can't wait to see what you look like without eyebrows. It's gonna be
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
It's so bad.
Arian, will you love me? Because no one else will. Will you love me, please? Can
I'll
we?
tell you once I see some AI photos without your eyebrows.
All right.
Wait a minute.
So
Maybe more people will love you without the hair.
There you go.
Kavichi says, please tell me you're not a salesman in your day job. I am. That's the thing. I'm going to have to talk to my boss. Listen, she already okayed the head shave, but the eyebrows, holy smokes. I mean,
I'd just show up that way. Don't ask for permission.
no, I'm a senior administrator at the dealership, dude. I can't just
Here's what
come
you
in
do.
and
Here's what
look
you do.
like
No,
that.
Listen, let me get it painted for you. You've already gone too far by even talking about the head. You come in one day, you don't have any hair. They bring you into the office. They sit you down. You say, "Yeah, I had an allergic reaction to a medication I was prescribed, and here I am."
What?
Boom. There you go.
Oh
Built-in
my
answer.
God! All right, so
When you asked if you could shave your head, did she say top of the head yes, but eyebrows no? Because if not, I see a loophole.
I mean, you shave the bottom of your head every day.
yeah,
So,
thank you. All right, so Tycon says the eyebrows should be a stretch goal. Do 70,000 for 2 eyebrows, 80,000 for just 1 eyebrow. No,
I
Can't do
like
that.
that.
wow. Now we're talking.
I feel like that can't work. You guys want me to grow my hair out between now and then? That I could probably do. I did just get a haircut. I hate long hair though. God, I hate long hair. So, but you guys want me to not cut it anymore?
100,000, you don't cut your hair anymore for a year.
No, not a chance. Sorry. Listen, there are limits here, guys. There are limits. Okay. So there you go. Strider says 2 months. Don't cut your hair. I will do that. I will also commit to that. 2 more months. No haircuts. Okay.
There you go.
Tycon says the goal should be painful. 80 for 1 eyebrow. Again, if I was just a streamer 24 hours, then fine. But guys, I have a day job. All right. I can't do one. All right. Goodness gracious. Benny Hill says for $10,000, shave your eyebrows like Vanilla Ice.
I was just thinking about that and the hair to go with
Yeah,
that.
if we want to take a look at Vanilla Ice's eyebrows, there you go, right there. We could do a little bit of that.
It's a good look for you.
Yes, that.
Not for $10,000. I tell you what, that'll be the stretch goal. All right, that'll be the stretch goal. You let me you get me to $80,000, then I'll shave my eyebrows like Vanilla Ice. Okay.
Could you imagine if they didn't grow back in and they were stuck like that forever?
It's pretty good.
All right, so are we?
I would enjoy that.
No, hang on. Listen, the one thing that I don't like about these things is like changing goals and doing this stuff, like moving fence posts. All right, I hate doing stuff like that. So if we're gonna do this, then let's get it documented, Arian. If we're gonna do $60,000, that's for the head shave. All right, if we're gonna do 70, yeah. That's what people said. That's what Tycon is saying. $60,000 for the head shave, $70,000 for shaving the eyebrows, or $80,000 for the Vanilla Ice cut.
Oh my
Right
God.
there. For the Vanilla Ice eyebrows.
I'm
All right.
sorry, 60K head shave,
Yeah.
70K
Shave them.
both eyebrows.
And then 80K will be the Vanilla Ice eyebrows. We'll do that. It'll be like half shave and half not. All right.
Approved.
Don Zeno says,
Let's
I thought
hit
it was
80.
60K for both shaved. No, that's why I'm trying. Listen, I never was prepared to talk about eyebrows being shaved. I was going to just do hair. Okay.
No, you're weaseling out of this. I've got to delete the last 3 minutes of the podcast. At 60,000, we're both shaving our head and our eyebrows. End of story. If you want a stretch goal, if you want to go to 70, then that's the 1 eyebrow. And I will do my left eyebrow and you will do your right eyebrow. And then we'll have a picture taken together.
I like the idea of 60K, both of you shaved head,
Oh my God.
and having the 2 stretch, both eyebrows, Vanilla Ice style eyebrows.
Wildstar
Terrible.
says there should be standards. I know. There has to be standards. All right.
You can't grow a beard, Nura. You'll be waiting a decade. You gotta grow a beard.
Grow a beard. All right, listen. We have other serious things to talk about.
Yes, I have
Don Zeno
eyebrows.
says no. I
unlike-
protest. I protest. DJ agreed to 60,000 head and eyebrows.
Yeah, that was on tape. Look, unlike DJs, I actually do shave my eyebrows once a month, so they are there. They're just the appropriate length. Unlike other people who have like 6 months worth of weird jungle hair.
6 months. I
On top
have
of that
never
bald.
shaved. Wait, you
Jungle
shave?
brows.
You shave them off?
Well, of course, I trim them. I don't shave them all
I
the way
trim
off.
mine too. Mine are trimmed.
Yeah, so do I. I don't think you shave yours.
I don't
Based on how
shave
often-
them. I trim them.
Based on how long it takes you to grow hair, I don't think you've ever trimmed your eyebrow.
All right. Listen, Arian, you get the deciding factor here. Okay.
All right, that's fine. That's fair.
Okay,
Arian's the
so
administrator.
Yes.
I have an email prepped and ready to send to the hospital for the
Please.
official
Oh,
goals.
for the love of God.
Can we please put up a poll for $60K.
Oh, leave it up to the
no,
people.
no. The people will go for the
What do you
most
mean,
amount of
no?
pain.
That's right. So let's do a poll.
Yeah,
There's
you don't
no-
like how this is going to turn out.
There's no sense in doing a poll. They're just gonna vote to destroy my face.
Okay, that's
No,
probably
you
true.
want it. You want it to be the later stretch goal. The Vanilla Ice eyebrows is the funniest, most painful one. We want that to be the latest possible stretch goal because the idea is to try and get more money by
In all fairness,
inflicting more pain on DJs.
$60,000 was the goal. I'm actually a little worried about stretching beyond that area. And 60 grand was always our goal. We accomplished everything we wanted to do with 60 grand, right? So maybe we should set up some goals like up to the 60 grand because I don't necessarily. I mean, do we want to go beyond 60 community? Because I kind of felt like 60 was the idea. That was where we wanted to be. That accomplishes all of our goals. That does the gaming carts. That does the Children's Angel Fund. That or the Jingle Toy Drive. That does the floors of the hospital. Okay.
Oh, so you want to shave your head at 50,000 then, and then at 60,000,
I want
you want to do
60
eyebrows.
to be. I want 60 to probably be the top of the end, the top of the line, right?
That's Vanilla Ice.
Yeah, I know. Nura says 54 was kind of a push last year, and I agree. I mean, the goal was what 15, and then you guys said 54. So yeah, I think 60. I think 60 is good enough to be the last stretch goal. Okay. So I tell you what, we're gonna spend 5 minutes of this. We're gonna spend Mrs. Putz. First of all, I'm waiting on Griffin to put that video together. Mrs. Putz says, I don't know why he's promising more body parts. He's not yet waxed the armpit. Am I right? So
Glad I didn't have to do that in a hotel. It was going to be awkward.
Oh, it was awkward. It was definitely awkward.
It was awkward. I did not like taking my shirt off in front of people. I'm not that person. Okay, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. But yeah, no. Listen, as Hammy and Major Samo will attest, my shirt was off in front of people. So
no, we cut it. We gave you a little tank top. You were okay.
I mean, it was bad enough, dude. I had spillage. All right. I had spillage. I was wearing a tank top and I had spillage. All right. I didn't like it at all. I was not backing out. I haven't backed out of anything, Cruzito. I actually went through with it. Tibbs was there. He witnessed it. All right. So we just need to get that video out so we can put this to rest. All right.
Yeah. Well, there are three kinds of people in this world. People who say that they'll try their best, people who say they'll do what they can, and then people who will do whatever it takes. And that video on making that happen to the level that we got it to, that required people to do whatever it takes to make it happen.
That's true. I mean, I did. Cruzita says I don't see proof. I mean,
some members of our studio audience for that were not, they did not have the stomach for doing whatever it takes.
Because again, it wasn't about the armpit. It was about the spillage. It was about my completely ghostly, ghastly white body spilling out of a tank top. I'm not a small guy. Okay. Like, I mean, guys, I'm not light. Okay. I'm not a small person. I'm a little fluffy. Okay. So there was
all I can hear right now is I want my baby back ribs.
Barbecue sauce.
All right, Nura says something like that, dad bod. This is dad bod and a half, fellers. All right, I'm just saying. All right, anyway, listen. I will task Arian. With putting together the goal list. You guys can communicate with her and put together the goal list. But $60,000 will be the stretch. That'll be the top. Okay, that's it.
I did also commit to Arian at $30,000. I will actually show up to a stream in full green face paint regalia across my entire body.
There you go.
So love it. That's 30.
That's 30.
That'll be 30 at 60,000. I'll just do it. All right. No poll necessary, Stargazer. No poll necessary. I will shave my head and my eyebrows at $60,000.
There you go.
Okay, it's done.
And
it's
I will
done.
too.
It's done. There you go. Done. And as far as the other goals along the way, then you guys can work with Arian to figure that out. She'll be in the Discord a little bit over the next couple of days. You guys can work with her on those goals. I am going to completely step back. All right, I'm going to completely step back out of this. Arian, you have full and 100% autonomous control. That sounds
Wow.
terrible. Oh my god. Uh,
Mwahaha.
She's
Not what
drunk
you
with
want to
power.
hear.
Drunk with power.
yeah. So that's happening, and I will. Yeah, my fate is sealed. You know what? It's whatever I'm going to do. Okay, and there you go. There's the QR code. You can also use !tip, !donate as we continue our fundraising efforts for Monroe Carroll Jr. Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt Medical, Nashville, Tennessee, where the goal for 2024 is to surpass 2023. You guys did $54,000 last year. $60,000 is the goal this year, which will not only supply every child with a gift over the holiday season this coming Christmas, but not only will it provide every patient with a holiday gift, but it will also provide the hospital with some much needed funding for gaming carts, for some of the patients who are restricted to their rooms and can't interact with other children. Our goal this year is 4 gaming carts, and we have been so generously offered by the hospital to brand those. So they will be the Talking Trek gaming carts. We're still working on a name, whatever we're going to do, but guys, they will be branded, which means, Arian, you asked me what we were going to do with the list of all of the donors this year. We've got it figured out. All of the donors will be invited to send an image of their signature, and that signature will be placed on the gaming carts for the Monroe Carroll Jr. Children's Hospital this year. So anybody who donates, we have been keeping a list. I've got the list here so far, and we've been keeping the list. And anybody who donates will be invited to send in a signature to actually put on the Talking Trek gaming carts to be present and used inside the hospital for children to be able to game and all that stuff. Hypodermic says, how much do the gaming carts cost? They are roughly $2,500 a piece. So what we're doing out of the $60,000, we're doing $50,000 to the toy drive, and we're doing $10,000 towards technology and gaming updates. And that would get us 4. The gaming carts are about $2,500. Wolfwood says we should call the carts the mobile emitters. We will try to come up with a name. We've got a little bit of time on that. We'll come up with a name. But there you guys go. That's where your funding is going this year. And the hospital has so generously offered, Arian, for us to brand those carts. So there you go. Your signature will live in infamy inside the Vanderbilt Children's Hospital. Exo carts. Oh, I like that one, Tarpy. Exo carts.
Carts is a good one.
That's a good one. We'll come up with a couple of names, you guys, and we'll let the community decide. The community will decide how that goes this year. That is the 2024 Christmas Angel Fund. Thank you guys so very much for being so interested and a part of that. We've spent 30 minutes on it, so thank you guys. It's
One quick last thing.
Yes.
In the graphics room.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh my god. Yeah. All right. Well, I asked for it, didn't I, Griffin? I wanted a projection of what I would look like without hair or
Oh, wow.
eyebrows.
Wait a minute. Da-da-da-dum. 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 Can you please put a light bulb in your
Who
mouth?
sent that? Iron Chef sent that. Thank you very much, Iron Chef. Appreciate. Yeah, that's Uncle Fester. Like,
I didn't realize you were Uncle Fester in your day job.
all right.
Wow.
So there you go. For those of you who are listening in podcast form, the timestamp is 9:44 p.m. Eastern time, and you can see that ghastly image, which that's what will actually happen. Game Junior says that's actually less creepy than I thought it would be. What? That is creepy as hell, dude. What are you talking about? That is terrible. Oh my god. That yeah, as Spectre says in Samuel, what is it? Morgan Freeman voice. They actually wanted that.
I mean, the resemblance is uncanny. I mean, he does have a little bit more of a tan than you have, but other than that,
he's got a little bit better complexion.
yeah. I mean, just look at that side by side there in the graphics room. That's incredible.
Yeah, thanks for that. Okay. Oh my God, what have I done? Okay. Oh.
in half an hour, DJs, we did not properly and completely set the table for those who were not with us last year or who are not very familiar. The Christmas Angel Fund is, of course, a charitable coming together of this community where we're helping kids who might not be able to afford a Christmas present. Was the original premise.
Yeah.
A family who did not afford a Christmas for their kids, we stepped in and we helped provide those Christmas presents, and we grew it so much that last year we're finding now the Monroe Carroll Jr. Children's Hospital in Nashville, Tennessee, beautiful facility, part of Vanderbilt Hospital. And these are kids who are going to be, basically more or less it's a terminal illness wing. Not all of it, but a lot of it is. And these kids don't get to go home. They don't get to have a Christmas tree with their families and wake up and open presents. And the premise of partnering with them at home, folks, is to provide every child who is checked into that hospital over the Christmas season a gift to play with and enrichment tools to brighten their experience with while they're in that hospital, Christmas and beyond. So that's what we're raising money for here, and it's an incredible facility, incredible people working there. They do an amazing job, and those kids really need our support, and that's why we've come together with this organization, and we invite all of you to participate as we do ourselves, because there's just no better feeling than giving during the holidays, and who is a better recipient than the kids in that hospital.
I will remind you that Talking Trek pays all fees. So anything that you donate to !tip, !donate, your full face value donation will indeed go to the children. So, PayPal takes their cut and Twitch takes their cut if it comes that way or whatever. But if you give $100, then $100 goes to the children. And and so we're taking care of all those fees, and then of course, if Griffin lost you. If you guys are going to use this QR code on your screen, and we'll throw that QR code up in the graphics room again. If you're going to use the QR code, then this is good for those of you who need a tax deduction receipt, because Monroe Carroll Jr. Children's Hospital is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. So by using this QR code, then you will be able to actually give and get a tax deduction receipt, and even if you want to do it as your business, then there's your tax deduction. All right, and again, as Arian will remind you, National Day and Week of Giving comes up here in the next couple of months or next couple of weeks, and you might be able to get your employer to do some cash matches there as well. So. Again, thank you for putting up with the 30-minute infomercial on that, but it's such a worthwhile cause, and we really appreciate all of you guys for participating. And there you go. So at $60,000, that's the big grand finale. Griffin and I will both shave our heads and eyebrows. Arian will be responsible for the goals along the way. Tarpy says the QR code and link are in the sponsor links over in the Discord. So if you, not in the graphics room, but if you pop up into the sponsor links and info, then you'll see it there. Thank you so very much. I appreciate that. All right, Arian, any other final reminders? Anything that we need to know as we head into the season of giving? Okay, very good. Arian?
No, just I hope that you have some Vikings gear somewhere. Please send me DMs for... Send me DMs for other goals. I'm going to be recording them as you guys send them over for the next week or so, and we'll nail this down. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thanks, everyone. Appreciate
Good
it,
to hear
everyone.
from you, Arian.
Arian, you know what? And enough. You know what? It is good to hear from you. Enough love and praise does not go out to this woman who does not play STFC anymore, who is still a very active and loving member of our community and comes back to chair and organize this project every single year out of no obligation other than she loves humans. Arian, thank you so much for the massive amount of time that you spend. I don't think people realize every year how much time and energy and emotional fortitude it takes to drive through a massive fundraiser like this. But guys, can I get some hearts in chat for Arian, who absolutely just gives so selflessly of her own time and her own emotional well-being every year to take care of our children. Hearts in chat for Arian. Thank you.
Thank you. It's all worth it with the kids and this amazing community. I love it.
Yeah, you're incredible. Thank you so much. Lots of hearts in the chat from everybody. Thank you guys also very much. All right. So yeah, that is underway. Also, this won't take nearly as long, Griffin, but I do have an announcement regarding Studio B. Some people have been very, very adamant that sometimes Saturday nights might not be the most conducive time for streaming with Studio B. However, for those of you who don't know what Studio B is, I given an opportunity from Twitch, I decided to take this opportunity to start a second channel. The second channel, Griffin, came in with automatic partnership, automatic full affiliate, like everything was basically an exact duplicate of this channel. All right,
kind of big deal, and they rolled out the red carpet for you.
They did indeed. We didn't have to go through any of the other stuff. We didn't have to go through any of the checklists. We didn't have to go through any of the applications. They basically just said, "Hey, we will duplicate your status and your agreement, your monetary contracts, et cetera, onto a second channel if you would like to come in and do and DJ for us." Now, what was interesting about this is that I don't think that they intentionally sent like all partners that invitation. I think it's probably because I had some reference of DJ in my name. We had never even used the DJ category or the music category. We've never used it. But somehow I was in a select group of streamers that got, and not everybody got it. You know, not everybody got this offer, but maybe it was to partners. I don't have any idea. But they made the offer to say, "Hey, listen, if you'll come and DJ for us, then we'll duplicate your channel." So we decided to do that. But naturally, Griffin, I didn't want to jump right into it. We talked about this back in August on 8/08, as a matter of fact. That was when they launched the big channel. August 8th, they launched the big DJs category, and we were not ready to go yet. All right. I said, listen, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right. We constructed a new studio. We're calling it Studio B. Although some people, Benny Hill wants to call it Studio D. It's too late now. We should have come up with that idea 2 months ago because I've already done everything around Studio B. We've constructed Studio B, which, by the way, is not even like a super creative name. That's what I just kind of joked with, that I was building a second studio inside this studio.
Yes, we all get that the second studio is Studio B because there are two studios, Alpha, Bravo.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, that was never meant to be like the actual big name, but it's kind of stuck. Everybody is, going with Studio B, which is great. So we've officially named the show Studio B, or the nightclub Studio B, and I'm DJing. All right. Now, a lot of people have asked over the last 5 years, do you actually DJ? Well, I never have. You guys wouldn't believe it if I did. There's radio DJs, which I did. I did morning radio, but I also had said that I've done some club stuff and but I've never done any of that for you guys. Well, I have been told by a number of people, which, by the way, I appreciate the love and the outpouring of support, but I've been told by a lot of people, Griffin, that I have indeed actually proven my claim as a DJ. Like, a lot of people having a lot of fun over there in Studio B. But the problem is that there's still issues with the copyright stuff for the music artist, right? And that was the biggest thing that Twitch was celebrating in the first place, is that it really was never super technically in the green area, if you will, about streaming music on Twitch. They finally landed this agreement with most of the major record labels and recording artists, and have created the DJ category, which allows us to play most artists. There are still artists on a restricted list, but one of those rules is that you cannot air a VOD on Twitch. There are no VODs, no clips, nothing like that we can put on Twitch. We're very used to having an international audience. Not everybody's around all the time. So when we were streaming Studio B, some people said, "Oh, I missed it. Where can I watch it back?" Well, we haven't been able to, because we're not allowed to air a VOD. I am pleased to announce that as of yesterday's Studio B live session, that's right, until now, ladies and gentlemen, to breathe a little bit of new life over into our Patreon, we are now going to be uploading we are now going to be uploading all of our Studio B playbacks into Patreon. Now, why Patreon? Because A, YouTube would take it down in a hot second. It's not allowed to be on Twitch. And ironically, because of this podcast, we have all of the necessary licensing to broadcast music. So
What
over
a perfect
on
combination.
what a crazy coinkydink. All right, because we are an actual radio show and we are licensed to broadcast music through BMI and CSAC and ASCAP. So we have decided to add it over on our Patreon. So you guys can find our Patreon on our website at ultimatedjsplays.com or talkingtrekstfc.com. You can head on over to our Patreon where you will now see 2 new memberships. You'll see 2 new memberships. Now, for the record, all right, before anybody busts on me for making money on this content, A, why shouldn't I? Why? I feel like I'm good at it. Why? People sell their stuff. They sell their CDs and all that. So why shouldn't I? But it's actually super duper cheap. All right. We currently had $5 and $10 levels already, Griffin. So we have basically just gone $5 and $10 in increments. All right. So at a new $15 level, you will be granted access to the audio playback of Studio B. And at the $20 level, you'll be granted access to both the audio or the video playback of Studio B so that you guys, you can have your choice. I was thinking about Scaly Back when I did this, all right? I was thinking about Scaly Back because I thought, well, I'll just make the $20 one for video. But then I thought, Scaly Back, Captain Bull, Dragon Keeper, some of the guys like the audio version because they're driving, right? And they spend a lot of time in their vehicle. And so I was thinking, well, you know what? We'll make it available to both. So at the $20 level, you have access to both the video or the audio playbacks. They are uploaded as separate files. Spock says, who's buying CDs? I mean, it's still not super easy to get like full set lists. Right? Like, I mean, you could maybe find a track, but a lot of people don't make their set lists available for free. So I know that they're able to be downloaded on like SoundCloud or what's this new one now that people are using? It's a sports reference. I can't remember what it's called.
I don't know. Haven't heard of it.
I can't remember what it's called. It's not SoundCloud. It's a new one. End Zone? That's not it. I can't remember what it is. Anyway, Nura says what DJ is saying is he wants to become a full-time streamer. Listen, that's not been a secret. I would love to be able to do that. It's not Spotify. I can't remember what it's called. Anyway, long story short, there are 2 new Patreon levels, and basically call it your cover charge. Call it the door charge. You go into a club, you pay $5 a month for an all-access pass, $10 a month for an all-access video pass to the club. Listen, how many of you guys used to spend hundreds of dollars on door fees when you would go out? How about that? $10 a month beyond your normal subscription, $10 a month, and we get you full unlimited VIP access to all of our Studio B broadcasts uploaded into Patreon. Wilson says, I don't remember what time it ended last night. Had a great time. It was daggone near 3 a.m.
Oh my God, really?
Which is exactly why we were pushing so hard to try to figure out how to get uploads because some people weren't able to watch. So there it is, everybody. Last night's show is officially uploaded and ready to go inside Patreon. We have the audio playback and we've got the video playback. Now, it was an experiment the very first time. All right. So I will go ahead and I put an editor's note here. There was an audio issue that I didn't know about that we corrected 27 minutes into the stream. So the first 27 minutes might be a little tough. But after 27 minutes, I actually listened back to most of it today. It sounded really, really good. But Patreon has video upload, and there you go. Now, if you go into Patreon, please be sure there is there is a thing where you can change your dollar amount, Griffin, but not change your actual designation. All right, so you want to be careful when doing that.
Change that designation.
Change
really
the
important.
actual Patreon level. Don't just go in and change the dollar amount, because if you don't change the level, then it won't allow you to still get access to that content. Viper says, but DJ, that's my Scopely money. Dude, I'm still, even with the VIP all access, I'm still the price of a battle pass. Like that's it. I'm the price. That's it. I'm the price of a battle pass. So if you enjoy the content, and now we're basically doing 2 different channels, right? That's 2 different channels for the price of a battle pass. Thank you guys so very, very much for that.
Boy, I'm watching you over here, and you are getting quite a workout in this little stream.
Oh, dude,
here.
I got my 10,000 steps in hardcore last night. I did. Absolutely. Wilson had a great time. Spock says, DJs has a natural voice you want to hear. Oh, thank you. Need to find other content than STFC. Well, that's part of what we're doing. All right. That's part of what we're doing. Battle Bomb says, DJ, you're the price of a battle pass, but do you have any clue how many battle passes I need each month now? That's funny. Listen, that's why I did it. I saw the success Scopely was having with it. So I saw the success they were having with it, so I created my own battle pass. There you go.
There you go.
Thank you guys so very much. Griffin is the very first one. Thank you.
Now I can watch you bounce around at all hours of the day.
Griffin has upgraded his membership from recognized Patreon to Studio B All Access. Nesbitt says that's 2 different schedules to cancel. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you. Listen, I have had a very good time with this. I haven't missed a Saturday yet because it's new and it's different. And holy smokes, look at her. Ladies and gentlemen, Beck Likes Plants is here.
You made it.
You made it. Listen, I have to tease you a little bit. 1 hour and 27 minutes ago, you had just 2 more songs.
I can't believe you couldn't last 2 more minutes.
That was 1 hour and 27 minutes ago. Listen, I just wanted to go. I wanted to be on the record. I want everyone to know that just because you call it DJ Standard Time, all right, that doesn't make it so. I learned from the best. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the master manipulator when it comes to time. Beck Likes Plants. Yeah. No, she ain't running on DJ's time. She's running on Beck Standard Time. Okay, that's right. BST.
DJ, never call a woman a manipulator, man. They don't like it.
No, I'm just okay. You're probably right about that. I'm just saying. Okay. The poor choice of words. Beck is coming in. How do I do this? Hold on, guys. We've got.
Oh, see, wow. She says, "Wow" at you. You
hold
got
on.
wow.
No. I got to figure out how to. I got to remember how to do this. I think Beck is coming in. Hold on. Accept. Now I got to move her into the right slot. Let's see.
A little 3-up going.
Okay. Let's see if we can figure this out. Hey, Beck, are you there? Oh, hold on. I don't remember what slot I had Beck in. Let's see. Beck is in. Oh, she's in slot 3. All right. Hold on. Let me move you. To move to slot 3. Beck, your camera's not on. Do we have you? Hello? Oh, don't have her.
Oh, man. Maybe she butt dialed you. Oh, here she comes.
Maybe she butt dialed.
Hello.
Here she comes. Hello.
Uh-oh.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello?
Oh, we had her for half a second.
We did for just a second.
Hello.
There's a
Hello?
weird echo happening there. And yes, transatlantic lag. That's what we got going on here. Beck, you're going to have an echo. You're going to have an echo if you stay on this. We use Stream Together primarily for the video piece of it. But if you want to hop into our Discord real quick, just mute all the audio from Twitch and then come into the Discord because we have, I think it's the way I have it set up, to be honest with you. I think
it's your harebrained scheme.
Yeah, it's because my studio is all weird. But we do have Beck coming in, and it's almost there. It's loading. I see it loading. Ladies and gentlemen, there she is. Hello, my dear. How are you? Oh, yeah.
So
There, it's working. Are you getting an echo?
What do I do?
You hear yourself, don't you? Yeah, that's because I have it set up all weird. I could mute it.
Oh, hold on. I can do this. Is this better?
Yeah, you sound great
No.
to me. You sound great to me, but I think you're going to hear yourself twice.
You just got to mute Twitch and leave Discord going. Just mute the
hop
microphone.
into our Discord stage and then mute the Twitch, and you'll be fine. Let's see. Does this one actually work? Oh no, that's Hammy's happy time. We'll have to stick with this one.
Oh, happy time.
Hold, please.
Okay.
I won't be able to hear you for a second because I
Okay.
have to switch accounts to hop into your Discord.
Oh, that's right. You got that private stuff
How do
going
I
on.
do this?
didn't you?
How do people Twitch again?
I don't
Well,
know
it
because
all
I don't
started
do it.
in 2013.
I don't know how to actually Twitch. All right, don't ask me. I call you when I need back support.
Wait, how come I still hear myself?
You're gonna, because I don't have it set up right. I think that I am piping you through stream together. I think that's my
Yeah,
fault.
you have to mute the Twitch stream together. Mute it.
Yeah,
I have it.
it's my fault.
It's his fault. You can only hear DJs through Discord. Otherwise, you're going to hear yourself twice.
Yeah,
That's all.
you have to come into the Discord. Otherwise, you're going to hear yourself twice because I've got you coming in, but you going back out through stream together because I don't know what I'm doing.
Though somehow, by some miracle, the audio and the video stay synced, which I still can't figure out how
Gotcha.
that's possible. But it
Well, I had
actually
joined.
works.
I had joined the Discord, but it didn't automatically put me on stage, so I thought that I was talking, but I
Oh.
actually was not.
See, now, do you hear us? You got one? You got 1, 2, 3?
See.
Yeah, see, we got it fixed, everybody. All right.
Again, nothing has been fixed. Nothing has been fixed.
No.
It just understands the instructions for your backwards way that you have this set up.
Yeah, this is the workaround because
Why is the chat so small? My eyes are not built for this.
Oh.
Wait, what chat? Oh, on the stream together thing? Yeah,
Yes,
I don't
it's
even
so
use that one.
Small.
It's tiny. I don't use it though. I just turned back up. She was quiet because I had her volume down. I turned her up. There you go. Now Beck is at a she's good.
I am a volume.
Yeah, she's a volume. Random says
am a
Beck is not
decibel.
ready for tiny chat. Beck, we welcome into the stream. Appreciate you being here. We were just talking a couple of moments ago about the Christmas Angel Fund, and apparently I have been somehow swashbuckled and obligated to shaving my eyebrows at $60,000. What are you doing right now with your hands?
I was trying to move my name to centered,
Oh,
but it's fine.
I'm sorry. I can fix that.
For those who
Okay.
don't know, I actually have OCD, so there are some things.
Okay, I got. Sorry, there you go. Does that look better for you? There you go. Got you fixed.
It is better. It is better.
It's not quite right. So, for those of you in podcast, she is having a conniption right now because her nameplate is not centered on the screen right now.
I mean, we could just be back. I don't even need a name, actually.
A little more to the left. All right,
Who's
we got
here?
it. I think we're good now.
Much better.
Slipknot says, "Is Beck really here, or is this an AI?" Nope, this is Beck. This is Beck. Beck, $60,000. I have to shave my.
$60,000.
I have to.
How far are we?
Shave my eyebrows. We are currently after only about a week and a half in. We are already $5,100 in. 5,000.
Holy
Yes.
buckets.
$5,104 already after just like 10 days. I know these people are crazy, aren't they? So we've set Arian. I think she actually just stepped off the stage. Is she coming back? We should probably get her back in. Oh, she has to. She has to work. She just left. All right. $60,000. Shaving the head. Shaving the eyebrows. I let Arian decide the goals up to that point, but she suggested that you were going to want to throw in a goal or two. By the way, we did finally receive evidence that Echo's car had been somewhat cleaned out. So, Nura, that's a good call out right there. Let me turn that on for you. Nura says we want Give Beck Bits on so that we can donate via that way. Let me see. We'll turn it on.
Wow. Is that what you are prepared for? Because last year you were giving the No, we did. What we did last year is Give Beck Bits wasn't really Give Beck Bits. It was the dollar equivalent was going to Christmas Angel Fund instead of coming to me.
Yeah, that's what we did last year. So we
I like
are all cleared out. So there you go, everybody. I just turned it on. If you guys want to go crazy with Give Beck Bits, then Beck will be sending those bits over to the Children's Hospital. There you go. Ooh, the chat's going crazy. Yeah, you're right, Beck. I was not prepared for this last year. I was not.
You know, I'm not gonna say I told you so.
Yeah.
But they're definitely okay. Something that y'all, I think you guys. Holy shnikes!
Yeah. Yep. I'm in trouble. I'm in
I
trouble.
love it.
Here.
Somebody count those. There's at least
Good.
3.
Yeah. There. Let's see. We can see currently. Oh Lord, we are up to 123. To 123.
One thing most people in here know. I really like itineraries. I really like organization.
Oh, you're in the wrong place for that.
And last year, DJ was talking about all these things that he wanted to do. He's like, "Oh, we got time to do this and this and this and this." And I was like,
Yeah.
DJ, you absolutely do not. You do not have the time to do these things. So this year, will DJ learn his lesson?
No.
Okay.
No.
Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, I did. So in taking everybody and Putz, I know I need to set a chat. I think Arian's going to set a chat with all of us. We have taken everybody's schedules and worked out some days. So we're going to try to do something here in November. If that would work better for you, Miss Plants and Putz, which I know is not a whole lot of time, but we were just talking with Lee Ellen. And so I don't want to put the date out on stream yet, but I'll send it to you here in a moment because I know you had said December was going to be a pretty busy month and may not actually work. So honestly, it was the same for us too.
And for you, yeah, because I know you have plans right around the time that you had originally proposed.
Yeah, I was.
I think we were talking.
DJ? No.
Yeah,
No, we were having a conversation. I said, "Wait, what day do you want us to go out?" And he said a specific date. And I said, "What day are you doing this with your family?" And it was like, like 2 days later.
Yeah.
Right in the middle of that range of dates.
Yeah.
Yes. I was like, that's not going to work.
I had forgotten that I was going to be on a boat that day. So
that would
yeah.
not be working.
It's the ship.
Yeah, it's still a boat. So anyway, we're probably going to try to put something together in November, and we will see about Santa Claus and Mrs. Claus coming back. We have successfully made our reservations into Seacrest Studios. And Beck, now, you know what? Listen, I don't know if Beck is the right person for this specific piece of it. You guys know Beck's position on gaming with kids. All right. Listen, Beck, they are organizing a gaming tournament. All right. And
no, I am not the right person for this.
You will make them all cry.
Yeah. You know Beck's position on gaming with kids. She shows no mercy.
No.
She shows no mercy. She was like, listen, kids need to learn how to lose. All right. So she goes into gaming with them and she just.
They need to learn that life isn't fair. Okay.
Oh, wow.
They're in the hospital. They already know that.
They already know. Oh,
They already know that. So, so anyway, I know Beck
I'm
is.
about to rethink my whole entire philosophy over here.
That's right. Hellbot says tough love. You got to get her tough love. No, so they have organized a gaming tournament, and these kids are apparently signing up to challenge us in a video game tournament. All right, and they get to pick the game, which is going to make it so much worse. I've already been told that Fortnite's going to be one, which I'm terrible at. One kid asked for Mario Kart, which I might actually be able to pull off a little bit of Mario Kart. So
DJ, it's not going to be the Nintendo 64 Mario Kart. Okay, it's going to be like the current Mario Kart,
which I've never played. I have no idea. Exactly. All right, that's right. Retrieving says Beck needs to be the final boss.
Wow.
That way, there's at least a reason that those kids might lose. All right.
Yeah.
I will happily. I'll be the esports spectator girl. All right, and I'm first, like I'll happily do that.
Yeah. You know what?
But,
Wolfwood's with you, though. He says, I show no mercy in Mario Kart. So, I don't know. There's that.
You guys, I watched and babysat kids for years. I've worked with kids for years. I've volunteered doing kids camps and things like that. And I don't know, that was a way of thinking that I developed during those years. It was, all right, like, just because you're a kiddo, like, you most likely can play most of these games better than me. I will not show mercy. Like, this is going to be
no mercy. That's
no
right.
mercy.
Cobra Kai rules: strike first, strike hard, no mercy.
Yes.
Yeah. So, so that's happening. So I don't know if Beck is the right person to come into this gaming tournament, but I do know that that Mrs. Claus hopefully will be making an appearance, and honestly, in all fairness, I know that Beck and I have talked about, but we haven't finalized the date. So schedules are still pending at this point, and I really hope that we can have you there. But at the very least, I know that that you love the project and love supporting the project. So I do want to call out the fact that the community has already raised over $5,000 for this year's Christmas Angel Fund.
How much? You said 5,100?
$5,104. That's what they've done.
So you're under $1,000 away from a whole floor.
Yeah,
so far?
they've already finished. They're 85% through the first floor already, and we're like 10 days in.
What is the expectation of hitting that first floor? Do we know?
What do you mean? Like now? You want to hit it tonight? Beck says hit it tonight, everybody. Actually, we might have already done it. You
said 5,100. Like, that's so close.
Yeah, it's $896 away, and currently we have $287 in Give Beck bits that are already there. So yeah, you guys just keep on rolling that. Hellbot says Beck wants to know what DJs has to do at 6K.
Okay, so you're saying that kind of roughly then we're only like $600 away ish.
Yeah.
Kind
so let me see here.
Almost, because if you're almost 300 in Give Beck bits.
5104.
I'm not known for math, okay? So somebody help me out.
5104, we're at 291. So yeah, we are $605 away from finishing the first floor as of this moment. There you go. Silvertab says, sorry, in a wave, needed to catch up with bits. You guys just keep going with the bits. I'm not going to shut them off. Last year it took me off guard. This year I'm better prepared, Miss Plants. So there you go. We're at $306 so far. Thank you, guys. Beck wants to know what DJs has to do with 6,000. Nerd, thank you for your 5 gifted.
Wait. Do you have a 6,000 goal?
Arian was setting up goals. I don't think we have a 6,000 goal yet, but that would make sense to be the first goal since that's the first floor. So yeah, that might be. Wait, what just happened?
Oh, I saw Tarpy's message in the chat.
I can't keep up with all the chat. What is Tarpy talking about? The chat's moving so quickly right now.
No, in Discord.
Oh, yeah. No, we decided that's not going to happen. We decided that was not going to happen. So what they're referring to is originally we were talking about the fact that if we get to $60,000 that I was going to have to cut my eyebrows like Vanilla Ice. All right, like putting these little shave dashes in them right there. So yeah, we were going to do this, and I feel like that's not going to be a thing. So
probably not.
Yeah,
I was referring to the picture above that, but I do like this picture quite a bit.
What do we have here? This is an ad for. Oh, how nice! This is So we're in an ad break right now, and
so
there's
it said, "Can we talk about this ad during a convo about kids?"
Yeah, when Beck is talking about the fact that she does not show any mercy to children whatsoever when she plays with them, she teaches them that life is hard. And it's tough love.
Okay, but y'all should know, though, I absolutely love children. It's just playing video games with them. That is the one area in which I am a little bit harsher.
Yeah, Juby says, I once saw Beck throw a toddler for 2 extra points in a video game. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Oh, my goodness gracious. So anyway. That's what we're doing.
Vince, I actually can't answer those questions. That'll be a CM because I personally don't work in that area, but that'll be.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I can't answer any.
Why would anybody ask Star Trek questions on a Star Trek podcast with a Star Trek employee? I have no idea why any of you guys think that's appropriate.
No, some of y'all were in my stream. I mentioned my role is a little bit changing. I probably won't know the answers to those questions. In the future.
I love it.
So,
I love it. Have you told people about the role or no, not yet?
no, just
All
that there have been some changes. So,
All right, very good. Well, I love the new role. I'm very excited about the new role.
Oh.
Yeah, because we're gonna get to do some fun stuff. Pretty pumped about it. So anyway, yeah, there's random 5622 says, yeah, Beck, you totally love kids, totally plays fair when helping kids in the actual hospital. I know, man. She's vicious, stone cold killer.
Hey DJ.
Yo, Putz.
I have it on good authority. I just talked to my representative at the North Pole.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be able to meet the kids there for the dates that Arian gave me. So,
good, excellent. All right, wonderful.
100%.
So we've now got a confirmation from Santa, at least. Very good. We'll have to continue reaching out to the other representatives to find out who all is going to be able to be there. But Viper wants to know, where's the slider for sending Beck bits?
That's a quality of life improvement we need.
Yeah. I'm going to hide it behind a Prime, everybody. I'm already in touch with Twitch over that. All right, hiding it behind a multi-level Prime. So, no, thank you, guys. We are up to $349 in sending back bits. That is getting us ever closer. And I tell you what, we'll leave it on for just a couple more minutes before we shut it down for the night. And you guys absolutely being absolutely phenomenal and amazing. Thank you, guys. Exclamation point tip, exclamation point donate for you guys to contribute to the Angel Fund this year. And or you can use this QR code. Beck, this is cool. The hospital was really, I think, overall impressed with the effort that was put out by this entire community last year, and have gone to the extra steps this year to give us some extra tools. We got this QR code over here now, which is a direct link to a tax-deductible portal. So if you guys are looking for the 501c3 part of it, where you can get a tax deduction receipt, or if you're a business, a small business that wants to give, you can use this QR code over here, and you'll get that immediately upon making your donation. Now, I should probably look because, unfortunately, the only side effect of using this QR code is that it is not directly linked to Twitch. So what I'm going to do right now is hop into our little page here and just see if anything has happened. And indeed, right here, I can say that since the arrival of Miss Plants on our stage, $110 has been additionally added on the Jingle Toy Drive website. Yes.
Oh, good.
Another $110 there. Thank you guys so very much. That is incredible. Thank you guys. That is so wonderful. And we will be adding your guys' names to our list. Beck, I didn't tell you this. So you remember how last year Arian said that she wanted to keep everybody's names? She wanted to track everybody who gave. But we didn't know what we wanted to do, like trying to figure out what we were going to do with those signatures. I figured it out. We're going to, with this year, if we hit the $60,000, not only are we doing the toys for all the kids in the hospital, but we're also providing 4 gaming carts. All right, like mobile gaming carts, yeah, so that some of the patients can have them brought into the rooms if they can't leave. And the hospital generously offered for us to brand those carts. So we are going to have the Talking Trek gaming carts, and Arian helped me decide that we're going to take everybody who's donated this year, and we're going to send them an invitation to return an image of their signature, either their gaming signature or their real signature, whatever they want. And we are going to plaster everybody's signatures all over these gaming carts that we're going to be providing to the hospital this year. It's so incredible. Pixelate says we could do a word cloud with everybody's names and a graphic. Absolutely. That's kind of what we're doing. So I'm very, very excited about that, and now you guys will have your names immortalized on these gaming cards that we provide to the hospital. So that's what we're going to do this year. It's just so very cool, Vic. It is. Thank you.
I love that.
It is. It's going to be awesome. Thank you, Guff. I appreciate that. It's incredible. Dragon Keeper says, "Wait, what am I supposed to be answering? Is there a question I'm supposed to answer? We haven't started.
Oh, just asking about when Alliance tournaments are coming back. So I was like, well, I'm not working right now.
I don't actually have an answer for.
And then he said you should be able to answer. I said he doesn't know.
Yeah, no, Scopely doesn't know. Okay, I mean, as of this minute, they are not currently scheduled. All right, so I mean, that's all I can tell you. As of this moment, they are not on the calendar.
That is the correct answer. As of this moment,
yeah,
it is not on the current calendar.
Oh my God, Griffin. $500. And that means, everybody, that we have officially hit the first floor goal. We did it. Oh. Woohoo. We just finished the first floor. That we did because, hold on, you know what? I'm gonna go turn off. All right, listen, this is going to take me a second.
Sorry, I have really bad eyes. I'm like coming in.
I can't see nothing.
I cannot see. You gotta make a version of your border thing that is bigger. Okay.
Are you looking on a PC? Are you looking on a PC?
Yes. Yes.
Well, blow the window off.
27-inch.
Too small.
All right, guys.
Red line too small.
After we're done with all the kids stuff this year, Beck needs obviously a larger monitor. All right.
Wow.
No, it's not that.
Throwing that out there.
I actually, right before I went to Dublin, one of my coworkers forced me to make an eye doctor appointment.
Yeah, I would say that's probably necessary.
And they said, and I quote, well, you're not illegal in terms of your eyesight.
That's great. Yeah, everything's fine. Here, do you drive?
It is recommended that you wear them, especially when you drive. It might make things easier.
Oh, dear Lord.
But I will say they cut me some slack during I definitely was getting answers wrong. And they were like, okay, very good, very good.
Oh, my Lord. All right. I am currently putting this in right now. This is the only thing that is rough about the integrations that we don't have set up here. But there we go. It ended up being back $369 for the children in Beck Bits.
Love it.
So let's go ahead and add that up there. Boom. That's coming up on your screen now, everybody. $369. Right. Wait, why is that behind the frames? What is going on here, Griffin?
Move it up on the OBS.
All the overlays are higher. What is happening?
No, man. Here we go again.
I've broken something. Oh, come on.
This is nice.
Oh, I figured it out.
Oh, okay. We're back.
I got
it.
I figured it out.
I'm not a bad driver, you guys. I'm actually a very good driver. I just can't see signs.
I'm a great driver. I just can't see the road. Everything's good.
No. It's words. Okay, it's words, and I have an astigmatism. Okay, so lights are not my friends.
There you go.
All right, let's see. From the Jingle Toy Drive. Okay.
Are you using an abacus over there? What is
no,
going
I got
on?
it. There we go. And I fixed it. There we go. Anonymous donated $110 on the Jingle Toy Drive site, which officially puts us at $6,083, which means floor number 1 is funded. It is. It's done.
Right.
Bam!
One floor down, many to go.
One floor down. That's right. Many to go there. So
we can do
appreciate that. Oh my goodness. Hold on. I got to add another one now. Hang on.
Another one came in?
Yep. Another one just came in. Let's see. Oh boy. You guys want to see this one?
See.
Yeah. You want to see this one?
Okay.
I'm going to pull you up in another screen and just...
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a great one. Thank you so very much to Kenneth, who just donated $1,000.
Let's take it.
$1,000.
Incredible!
Yes, that is awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Guffa says, Beck, pop out the chat and maybe you can see it a little better.
Oh, well, I was talking about the chat is very small.
Yeah. Wow, I
guys
can
are
see it now.
mean.
All right.
I was talking about the donation. At first I pulled it up on the other screen so I could see it. And I made all the other windows go away.
Yeah, so we have finished floor number 1. We are now starting on floor number 2. We're $1,000 in to store number 2. That's great. Kilfer says, can I donate an outstanding pack prize? Asking for a friend. Absolutely, you can. We did that last year. So do I owe you a pack, Kill First? I am a little behind. If I owe you a pack, send me a DM and I'll get you set up. If you would like to donate that, you absolutely can. So appreciate that. Beck, also, just so great to see you here. Thank you so very much. I'm glad that that everything is working great in what's going on with you. I'm so glad to see that you're going to get some streaming time back too. You said you were going to try to come back and start streaming once a week.
Yes, I'm going to try once a week. Now that I can say this on now that I've told my community, but for those who don't know, I'm no longer moving to Spain.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Yeah. So that was a me choice, but it's been a very much a conversation for the last several weeks, and that is official as of 2 weeks ago. And so that makes streaming in some capacity a little bit easier, although I'm still driving back and forth from LA. So we'll be trying to move that
mainly
direction.
because
Hopefully,
the words on signs are smaller out there, and she didn't pass the driver's test.
And in confusing in foreign language.
Yeah, which helps everything. Yeah.
I have a GPS and I'm great at landmarks. Guys, I'm a great driver.
Okay.
I have a spotless driving record.
Yep. That's
You guys are
accurate.
stinkers. You guys are absolute stinkers. All that to say, yes, I'm going to be attempting to coming back streaming, starting with once a week. And then hopefully just a little bit more after that. A lot of that was up in the air due to all the moving stuff and different time zones. But that'll be an exciting thing. We're just going to start it on the weekends, though, to keep it very easy.
Yeah, you're right about that, Guffa. She just talks her way out of it. Listen, we didn't ask her. She says she doesn't have any, she's got a clean driving record, but how many times has she been stopped? She didn't answer that question.
I was stopped one time, and I
This
can
week?
tell you about this. No, one time. It was a week after I got my driver's license. I was 17. I was on my way home after participating in helping to build floats for a high school homecoming thingamabob.
Mm-hmm, sure.
And I didn't turn the lights all the way on. I had like the what they're called, parking lights or whatever. So it was half switched. I didn't have it all the way on. But I was in a very I was in a very bright area, so I couldn't tell. And the officer pulled me over and he said, "Hey, do you know why I pulled you over?" And me, I've only had my license a week. Like, no, I know, I'm so sorry. And I'm a lot cooler now, guys. Okay. But he said, "Well, you don't have your lights all the way on. And I would recommend turning them on. It's nighttime. They will help illuminate your way." Is specifically what he said. And I said, "Yes, sir. Yes, officer. I'm so sorry." And I'm prepping myself for a ticket. He goes, "Okay, well, be safe. Make sure you turn them on. Bye." And I was like, "Oh."
So that's what
okay.
crying will get you. Just cry every time you get stopped and everything.
I didn't really cry, but I was definitely. I mean, I was a little girl, right?
I mean, you're still short.
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
I mean, so nothing's changed. Okay, got it. That's right.
No.
Roddick says Beck is a great driver. Those pedestrians don't know what they're talking about. I got you. Yeah. All right. So thank you. Thanks everybody for all the generosity tonight. Appreciate you guys. And Beck, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you coming in. Thank you for the raid. And thank you for the beautiful music tonight on your channel. As a matter of fact, that was one thing that I had mentioned, and I think you saw it. I saw the look on your face. You look confused. We actually, what was the song, Griffin? When we launched our show, we always play a little bit of music up front. So we actually simulcasted you in singing one of your songs. Which one was
Don't
it?
Stop Believing.
Don't Stop Believing. Yeah. Griffin's request. So we simulcasted you in and opened the show with that. So
that was lovely.
Copyright strike incoming. But I do have. So if you watch the playback of this on Twitch, you'll actually see and hear Beck singing the Journey Classic.
Or
right
we
there.
did not say we did.
but you love it. I don't even know how to edit videos. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Once it happens, it happens. I don't know how to turn it off. I can't figure it out. Anyway, thank you, Beck. Always a pleasure having you stop by. Thank you so very, very
thanks
much.
for having
And
me.
look forward to all the crazy shenanigans that we get into this year with the Christmas Angel Fund. I know that you'll be working with your community, and thank you so very much for all the support last year, and look forward to doing it again.
We're
absolutely.
already planning to make sure that we sponsor a floor just like we did last year.
Oh, that's crazy.
We were talking about that a
Awesome.
little bit on stream, so we're looking forward to it. We're going to plan some fundraising streams to do that. But
Your community
thanks
is
for
incredible.
letting me invade your space for a little bit. I kicked Griffin out of his spot here.
I know.
So
How
I'm gonna
rude.
give it back.
Well, I was-
Hurry up. Hurry up.
Listen,
Has not been invented. In the history of
I
television,
have
apparently.
a 3-up, but it's still with.
Look at you. Look at the state of this. What is this?
I have
What?
a 3-up.
This is a mess.
It is a little bit of a mess, but you guys, leave me alone. All right, I've got it.
Oh, Griffin, I've been working all week on all these overlays on OBS. They look
Yeah,
really
I was
amazing.
working
You're
on
gonna watch what
Studio
they
B.
look like.
I was working on Studio B. By the way,
Rude.
Beck, you need to come by the club one night. All right. Yeah, and by come by the club, I mean you can still have your fuzzy slippers on, your pajamas, and a cup of coffee, and just listen to the music from 20 years before you were born. It was great.
He drinks
All right.
tea, sir.
Oh, yeah, tea, whatever. Drink. Have yourself a tea, and come by the club.
Some tea.
A tea.
We've been through this
Yeah.
for 3 years. We've been through this, DJ.
I do want to go on record and say that out of none of the furniture that she has in her home, she does still have that microwave for her ramen noodles.
I know. That was one of the first questions because I told everybody, about not moving and, having to figure out, life a little bit because for those who don't know, I don't have any furniture in my house except for this room. It's
Yeah.
the only room that has furniture. The rest of it, like I take pictures and post them in my Discord sometimes of like my dog and there's nothing, just nothing there. But the first thing they asked me was about the microwave. Do we have to get you another microwave? I'm like, well, you don't have to get me anything. But I still have the microwave.
We do still have the microwave. That's
we do
right.
still have the microwave.
That's
the
all
one
you need.
thing that I didn't want is what we have.
Well, listen, now you can heat up your SpaghettiOs and everything is fine. Okay.
The spaghetti sound good.
Yeah.
Speaking of,
Go get yourself some.
I will
din din.
probably, I'm going to get some grub and just be
Does
in chat instead.
Cookies ever show up? Just saying. Do you have any leftover McDonald's from last year?
What's
Well,
wrong with you
it would still be
people?
good. It would still look the same.
It would. It would still taste the same, too. I mean, that's all a fact. All right, ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for the amazing, beautiful, and talented Beck Likes Plants. Thank you for stopping by. I
Beck.
appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
All right. So with that, we've talked a little bit about the Studio B thing, and here we are, an hour and a half into the stream, and we will finally get to STFC. Cruzito said, "Is the show ending?" No, not yet. We'll actually have Star Trek stuff to talk about. But again, as a quick reminder, the Patreon page, ! I think it works in the Twitch chat. ! Patreon will get you access over to the Studio B new memberships. Dr. Juby says, "Oh right, this is an STFC pod." Yeah, I know. I had forgotten about it as well myself.
Seriously, what the heck? Like, unsubscribe. We are an hour and 40 minutes in, and you haven't even once talked about the game. Once.
As a matter of fact, I might not even be ready to start yet. I did, in fact, write a stupid news tonight. So we.
You gotta be kidding me. Are you kidding me? No, you're kidding. You're literally kidding me.
I'm not
You
kidding.
think you're gonna push that button right now?
I'm not going to talk. No, we don't have to actually press that button right now. I mean, I could take a commercial break and then come in and press the button if you really wanted me to. We could talk about Fleet Commander Lorca. We could talk about that. We do need stupid news, says Wilson. All right. By the way, I'm going to press a button here. Just give me a second.
Oh no.
Okay, no, it's working now. No, a minute ago, remember we had the real choppy audio, and I didn't know if it was actually working or
This
not.
portion of the show brought to you by CrazyBunch.org.
Okay, that's working now.
Are you old like Bubba Joe
so-
and get tired playing video games?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so we could take a break if you guys wanted, come back, do some stupid news, and actually get into the game. We will have Jules Verne on, hopefully here very, very soon, to talk to us a little bit about the
he's
events
ready
for
to
Loot.
sleep for sure. You missed his window by an hour.
No, Jules likes it late these days.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but we do have the event store loot comparison payout graphics ready to go. Cruzito said, is the show actually going to start now? Yeah.
I know, right?
And Burton says, listen, I've got a legitimate question on Lorca. Why did fleet readiness stop affecting his skill points? Excellent question. Asked and not answered. All right.
Ooh.
That has been raised to the STFC overlords without an answer just yet. We also can confirm that PvP arenas will be happening on Monday. Unfortunately, Alliance tournaments have indeed been canceled for the immediate future. There's not a date on the calendar for those to return, which I find to be absolutely heinous and completely unacceptable.
We do have a few ideas on where to point fingers about that, which we can talk about after the break.
I'm not pointing fingers on this because listen, as much as they want to claim interpretation on feedback so the reason that they say that they're not running is
not enough time. Take the break.
Okay, not enough time. We're going to take a very quick break. When we return, everybody, more and finally getting in to Star Trek Fleet Command and the game in which we all play and love to hate. It comes up on the other side of this break. My name is Ultimate DJs. This is Talking Trek Live, Star Trek Fleet Command's official podcast. Back right after.
Yo, what's up, Commanders? Great news about PvPTarget.com. You've known for a while that it exists and has some great reference tools regarding PvP banding and common crew loadouts, but they've recently launched brand new tools on the site, including a brand new cargo calculator page as well. This isn't your typical max cargo style calculator, but a brand new, unique tool that identifies the timer until you go over cargo. The game timer might tell you how long to zero the node, but how long until your miner is at risk? You can find out now by using the brand spanking new cargo calculator at PvPTarget.com. Yo, what's up, Commanders? Great news about PvPTarget.com. You've known for a while that
I'm breaking stuff. Let's see. I was trying to press this button.
This portion of the show brought to you by CrazyBunch.org. Are you old like Bubba Joe and get tired playing video games? Surtail has a solution for your health and wellness needs, especially while gaming. You could try an energy gummy for those long incursion events, or just to keep yourself conscious while you're doing all that mining. Surtail is an independent distributor of all aerial products you'll need to improve your gaming experience. Message Surtail on Discord or visit CrazyBunch.org for more information.
Dead air.
This thing is freaking out on me, and I don't know why. It's kind of crazy. Let me try this button.
Today's show brought to you in part by the Musgrove Trial Firm in Georgia. Have you suffered personal injury in Georgia? You need a buddy. Give Buddy at the Musgrove Trial Firm a call, 678-226-1994, or visit them online at musgrovetrialfirm.com.
Hit it. Na 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 na. Here come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Big up the crew in the area. Still have it like that. No, we don't die. Yes, we multiply. Anyone press will hear the fat lady sing. Act like you know Rico. I know what Bo don't know. Touch them up and go. Oh, ching ching. Here come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Excuse me, Mr. Officer. Still have it like that. Extraordinary. Juice like a strawberry. Money to burn, baby, all of the time. Caught the fit. It's me.
Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate you guys all being here. Good evening. Welcome in to the show.
I'm the lyrical gangster. Dial emergency number.
Dragon Keeper says I must like the song. I do like the song. What's not to like about Here Comes the Hot Stepper? Why did I just play that recently? I don't actually remember. Is that something I played very recently? Maybe it is. I don't know. I've got other stuff I can play.
Oh, you played it last podcast. You're stuck on it.
Oh, I played it last pod? Oopsies.
Oh, boy.
Sorry, I didn't know. But does it matter that last pod was like 3.5 years ago? No, I'm just kidding.
Right.
No, we've
Not
actually
no,
we've
right.
done very good with our schedule here lately. I did actually miss this past
Thursday.
because I was at work until almost 10 o'clock that night.
You had a crisis. What happens to keep you at work until 10 p.m.?
I had a crisis.
What? What's put like the wrong engine in the wrong car?
You know, you say that like it can't happen.
I know it can happen.
All right. You say that like it can't happen. All right. But I have legitimately had situations like that. But no, that's not what happened on Thursday. Thursday was just a combination of things. It was somewhat IT related and just, you know, it was crazy. Thursday was just rough. And I was at work until very, very late. So by the time I got home, it was just like, yeah, no, I'm not, I can't do it. Then Friday, I traveled up to watch the boys lose yet again. They unfortunately have not had a great season, sadly. They have now missed their opportunity at the playoffs. So we've only got one more game, and then Landon's senior season is over. So that's unfortunate and sad. It's a senior season. They had high hopes. All right, they had high hopes. They were hoping to go to the playoffs this year. Here's the deal: they have now lost 5 games. All right, so that means they can't go to the playoffs. But out of those 5 games, only one of them has been decided by more than 5 points. And
wow,
yeah, and that's just it, right? Like they were supposed to have a pretty great season, and just every single time the other team has found a chance to win, and they've all been tough losses. And you know, listen, you could say that the other team has found a chance to win, you know, but our team couldn't finish. You know, that was kind of the big thing when the big stops needed to happen. We couldn't quite make that happen. So yeah, 4 of those 5 losses have come down to 4 or fewer points, and one of them was 1 point. One of them was 3 points. And even the one, by the way, that was more than 5 points was only 7. So, you know what I'm saying? Like they've all been 1-score games. Yeah, they've all been 1-score games. So, yeah, I know. And Berlin says, you know, you have to kind of look at that. And Berlin, I agree. You know, I don't want to say that they've just not had a good season, but it's on them, right? They couldn't finish in the clutch. You know, that one play, that one stop that they needed to make, you know, they couldn't get it done. So unfortunately, that's happened. They are on a bye this coming Friday, which means that I will actually have Friday off for the first time in 2.5 months. Unfortunately, I am not streaming Friday because I have something special happening for you guys that I'm not yet prepared to talk about, but I will tell you coming up this weekend. You guys are not going to want to miss the announcements from our channel. We've got some big stuff coming for you. All right. Plus, Studio B probably Saturday night like we normally do. So, anywho. Welcome back to the show, everybody. This is Talking Trek Live, Star Trek Fleet Command's official podcast. Do you want the stupid news? Because Jules is on the stage. We could just go straight into Jules' segment and get him right on the stage.
From my heart and from my hand, why don't people understand my intention?
Ladies and gentlemen, live from the Talking Trek Laboratory, Jules Verne is here. Good evening to you, buddy.
Hey, Jules.
Hey, man. How are
Sunday.
you? Happy Sunday to you. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing great, and this will not be stupid news.
This is not stupid news. You're really quiet, and I've got you on 200%.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, you're super quiet, man. Turn up your gain just a little bit. Yeah, we got Jules After Dark. Very quickly, while Jules is tweaking his audio, a couple of people have asked about Incursions. Is it still happening? Yes, indeed it is. Incursions is still slated to be happening. And the dates, while they have not broken down the specific date per region, we do know that they are starting in 4 days. October 31st, November 1st, and November 2nd. Will be happening Infinite Incursions. And you guys know that usually the order that they go in is APAC, EU, and A. I think. Is that right? Typically. So Spectre says, looking forward to getting the dates tomorrow, but that is October 31st through November 2nd. All you're looking for is the breakdown. And as far as the actual pairings, got those on your screen right here. That is to say that server 14 and server 15 are coming head-to-head yet again. We are starting to see some repeats now. This is the list of incursion pairings. And then servers on a bye. Server 43, which is unusual. Server 53, which are legacy servers. It's unusual to see legacy servers on a bye, but there you go. 43, 54, 69, 94, 710, and 711 in the North American servers are being on a bye. Now,
54 is on a bye because there is no 54. They're merging with 41 in 2 days.
So wait, are the servers that are getting merged, are they on an automatic buy? That's interesting. Let's go back and double check that. So 54, well, no, because 40. No. 54 is on a buy, but 41 is on the schedule. 54 is going into 41, and then 41's on the schedule. 41 is going into is fighting 30. 43 is going into 42, but 42 is indeed competing. 42 is competing against U.S. Server 38. So these servers are not actually on a buy. How silly.
They're gone. They've disappeared.
Just don't exist anymore. Server 69. So that's why they were listed as legacy. Server 69 is competing, is merging into 72, and 72 is competing against server 76. So I'm sure we could see the same thing there for those EU servers. In fact, APAC 202 will indeed actually be on a buy. All right, and that's just because there's only 7 APAC servers. Now, I am being told that repeats have been happening forever, and I agree. Repeats are going to happen and have been happening in some of the smaller populated brackets. All right, and when I say brackets, let me explain this, Jules, and people will understand. First of all, up until very recently, there were different generations of server. You had legacy servers, you had newer servers, and they never competed against one another. Now, here as of lately, the packs have all become universal now. They used to be universal for 50 plus, but now they're universal across the board, which is great. Okay, that's a good thing. But there are still different levels of progression, so there are still some servers that won't go up against each other. The reason that I'm surprised about 14 and 15 is because this may actually be one of the first repeats that we have had here on 15.
Okay.
Yeah, this is one of the first, because out of that first group of legacy servers was the largest pool. So, yeah, Iron Chef says, looking forward to matching up with server 15 again. Yeah, this is one of the first times that has happened. So, anywho, that is going into play there. But, yeah, on APAC, obviously there's been a lot of repeats. And, camera's out of focus, sorry. Been a lot of repeats. Why is that happening? Look at my pretty hand. Anybody want to read my future? Looking at my lifelines there. There we go. We're back. Thank you, V'ger. Wardod wants to know if there's a mining event for incursions. Obviously, there always is. Kidding. I don't know. Yes, incursions are returning October 31st, or so they say. All right. Now, incursions did occur for EU and APAC servers last month. They were only canceled in the United States or North America because of Hurricane Helene. So there's no reason to expect that those won't be popping off this month. That'll be October 31st. Unfortunately, what we see is no Alliance tournaments on the schedule, and we have been told that Alliance tournaments are not on the schedule for the foreseeable future, and that makes me very fussy. Mainly because, I mean, people have invested into half of things. You know, we could have a whole conversation about this. I don't really want to run off on a tangent, but I'm super mad about it. And Griffin, they say that they're doing it because they don't want to run it again with it not being improved upon. Because it's not perfect, they say. Well, I'm here to tell you. All right, and I say this lovingly, tongue-in-cheek. If you waited to run perfect content, you wouldn't have a game. All right, but secondly, that cannot be the reason. That honestly cannot be the reason. I don't buy it. I'm sorry, Griffin. I don't buy it. that cannot be the reason. You're not running it because you want to make improvements upon it. You made improvements upon it. And the second run was better than the first. It still wasn't perfect, but players found meaning in that store. They invested. What is it? The one thing that we say about all these different events all the time, Griffin, is that people will participate in events if they're worth it.
Yeah.
If the rewards pay off.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
that's very true.
The rewards were worth it in this particular case. I mean, some people couldn't get a lot. All right. And I get that because there wasn't a ton of credits. But I mean, listen, the items that were being offered in that store, even if you received fewer credits than other people, there were still worthwhile rewards.
Yeah, there are plenty of things to chase in that store. And with the retooling that they did in version 2, obviously there were still issues that most people had to share, but it was definitely unmarkedly better than the first time around. So isn't something better than nothing, even if it's not in the version C that you want to bring? Why not run a version B and give us the opportunity to invest our time and our resources into chasing after those things?
Now, I see this in the chat. A lot of people are talking about, well, they didn't make money off of it. Okay, well, first of all, maybe. Okay, maybe. But listen, a particular feature doesn't have to, I'm sure that they would love for it to, but it doesn't have to make a bunch of money. Look at what we've got, with Arena PvP. There is very little monetization there. They have other things that they can make money with throughout the month. They actually made money this month with the event store. They made money crazily with the Vindicator. Don't know if it was enough. Don't know how much. The packs were decent this month. I mean, really, truthfully, overall, it wasn't a terrible month for Scopely. All right. And Broken Wolf says, I don't think that they didn't make money from it. I know what I spent. I did spend a little on Alliance tournaments. Certainly not enough to, be considered whale worthy. I think I spent $100 on it, but it's certainly not the feature where people would go in and dump thousands of dollars like they have been. You know what I'm saying? In other things. But that being said, I do like the culture, and I want to be careful about this. Because, we give them a lot of grief about monetizing features, but here was one with Alliance tournaments that was heavily monetized at first, and they made it better. All right, they reduced the monetization in it for run number 2, and I've always said I'm okay with monetization has to exist. The company has to make money. All right, but the monetization was better in run number 2. Then you come out with PvP arenas, and arenas had very little monetization. I mean, there's very little not to like about arenas. I know that people are fussy about the matchmaking, and I've been warning from the beginning it's not going to be perfect. Putz has even come out and said, listen, it's going to be November, December before we see enough math and enough data in the algorithm for it to actually match well. Okay?
Yep.
So, the monetization that exists in arenas are repair tokens. And honestly, you can get by without them. And
you can, if you strategize well, you can have your ship CD&E ready to go.
You can get back without them, that's for sure. And you can also earn some of those. So if you use them carefully, then you can earn a few of those. Obviously, you can pay for more. But again, I think that the monetization is also not ridiculous in this feature. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just not horrible. So I can't get behind the fact that they're going to take down the feature that they spent months working on and then spent, a very rapid 2 or 3 weeks to retool it for run number 2 and then just say, we're not going to run it again. I don't buy it. Put it up. The one thing that we all said was that consistency was going to matter here. People invested money. All right. Like you said a second ago, Broken Wolf, I know what I spent on Alliance tournaments. Okay. If you did, why? Why did you? You did it because you wanted their currency for the items that you could get in the store. The thing was, none of those items, really, in the store came with a full unlock in one run. You had to partially invest.
Yep.
So what about the people who spent money? Who did actually spend money to partially invest? By the way, I'm in that camp. Me. Myself and I spent only $100 on this last one. All right. But I did spend $100 on it, and I got halfway through to several things that I wanted. And now it's just going to disappear? BS. I'm
Same
not.
could be said for the war chest thing, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I
You
just
still
don't
might-
understand. Hey, Jules, what do you got?
Radar.
You're still quiet.
Better
You're still
quality.
quiet.
It sounds like you are far away from the microphone
Are you
that's actually picking you up.
Yeah,
I think
are
that
you-
you're probably
You on the wrong mic? You
I'll
sound like
be
your
back.
sound like your mic is on the other side of the room.
he's going to figure that out.
Okay. It's frustrating because, people, Benny Hill says people will be less likely to invest in future releases. Well, we've been saying that for a long time, and yet here we are still investing in the releases. I'm just saying, like, it's frustrating, Scopely. It's extremely frustrating. And listen, it could be as broken as all get out, but consistency mattered. Okay? Even if you could earn less loot, even if you could earn more loot, whatever, players knew how it was going to work. And even if they couldn't invest in as much as they wanted to, they could still do a little bit.
We have said this many times. It's always better to run the event and collect additional data, even though it's not perfect, versus taking it completely away and substituting in a comp chest, which doesn't really fulfill what you're going to get by participating. So, with that in mind, hopefully that feedback will get to the right people and we can get that fixed in the future.
It needs to run. I mean, and I've told them, I said, consistency matters here. You know, this is going to, incursions are coming back this month, but how much grief did they get regarding incursions and the sourcing of things like the Mantis and Fleet Commanders that were behind incursions, the Strike Team and Una that were behind incursions, and then when they just went away, they never came back for people to be able to source stuff. So the timeline got all foobar. I mean, come on. Can we not learn from the past? Let's get this one right. It's a feature that really most people, the majority of players, favorably viewed. They liked it. So why take it away? You want to talk about features that players like? Let's talk about PvP arenas. Now, players did not like the second run of this one, Griffin. And personally, I disagree with players. I'm going to be in the doghouse after tonight, Griffin. I don't know how you feel about it, but I feel...
Well, a lot of people blame me for opening my mouth in the first place about
a lot of
3x3 and even 1x1.
Yeah,
and
a
I
lot
still
of people
stand
blame me
behind that.
too. I do too.
Because, you know, it allowed for quicker matchmaking. It allowed for more participation. It allowed for several different little subgroups of my alliance to be participating at the same time. So somebody who's a 52 can pop one, somebody who's a 61 can pop one, and everybody can go again and again and again and again and take great advantage based on the strategy that we have and all the winning we were doing. So, I mean, by not having a 5-on-5 forced, I think that was such an improvement. But what I would really like to see is the ability to choose if I want to do a 3x3 or a 5x5 and then go that way. I mean, maybe that'll come in a future iteration. I don't know.
There's a lot of disparity in the chat, and this is where I say I'm going to be in the doghouse tonight because people are saying I dislike the 3v3. Mechanically speaking, I liked it. All right, and here's why I liked it. For the same reason that Griffin pointed out, it allowed more players to be able to participate. Okay, you had your super high end players and your super low end players that were able to play that could not play in the first week. Now, the only reason that and the biggest reason that I say 3v3 had to happen the way it did is because of the banding. Now, I did also come in and warn that matchmaking was going to be worse. All right? And indeed, it was. Matchmaking was worse. There was a side effect, Plugster, that I agree. Broken Wolf, I agree. The side effect was that it was less busy, less chaotic, which allowed one whale to have a more dominating effect on the tournament.
Well, that's true.
All right?
That's true.
That was one effect that I myself, admittedly, probably did not fully take into consideration, at least to the impact that it had. When you had 5v5, you had a lot of chaos.
There was chaos.
One player was not going to be able to catch everything. There was more sneaking around. Okay, agreed. The problem with dropping to 3v3 was that there was less chaos and people were able to focus in a little bit more. There was less that went uncaught, and therefore, a VIP player or a whale, lovingly referred to, a whale would be able to have a more dominating effect on that tournament. Now, what actually, and here's the thing. This is why I said after 1 week is after the first week that this was a house of cards. And I maintain that. I am going to have the unpopular stance that what they did for week 2 needed to happen. Okay? It had to happen because we've got more data now. Now, I do think that we should still be investigating a few changes. Putz, on the other hand, and a few other players, by the way, are in favor of holding this for at least a couple more weeks until we can get a little bit more data. Jules, before we get into the analytics, I'd like to ask your thoughts on the second run of PvP Arenas, because while I can be in favor of some changes, I do acknowledge the need. Every time we change this, the algorithm is going to get foobarred. So what is the next step for PvP Arena?
Right. I don't know what the next step is. All I can say is that my 3v3 experience, it introduced a lot less lag, which made every strategy more viable.
Yeah.
And that made it more fun. Like the fact that I was able to employ multiple strategies in a single arena round was more enjoyable, and I felt like the team that I was going against deserved their win if I had a loss, or that my team deserved the win. So even if it was a smaller team, even if it was more difficult to skate by, not have people see me, it was still a more enjoyable, and I felt a more fair way of doing a PvP.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. So it sounds like Jules is kind of going to be in my camp with, this was a positive iteration. Now, there are players like Tarpy who is going to say that the 3v3 introduced a lot more frustration. Here's why, and Tarpy, I would love to invite you to the stage if you want to say that, because you were pretty critical of me even this week, saying, this is not what we wanted. You didn't fight hard enough. And this is why I say my position is unpopular, because I think this week needed to happen. All right, I think it needed to happen this way. And honestly, I am still not sure that it was the wrong thing to do. Okay. Daystro says week 2 dropping to 3v3 meant those who played heavy in week 1 had a bigger impact on matchmaking. And I agree. This is why, all right, I'm going to try to explain this simply. People felt that the matchmaking was worse in week 2. But there is a mathematical reason that it was. All right? We saw plenty of examples of G5 players getting matched against G6 or G4 getting matched against G5. That happened. There were tons of examples of that. But what was being overlooked, and by the way, I don't have any super handy. So if you guys have some screenshots that you want to throw up in the Discord chat so I can put a couple on screen, let's do that. Find me some of the worst matches that you found and then some of that were mediocre, or tell me if you had a bad experience. Here was the deal. You're right, Voltron. There was a lot of people with very few games played. Yep. But the people who had a lot of games and were winning a lot of matches had a higher rank, and that counted towards the algorithm. So I want to ask everybody who didn't play in week 1, how many people, let me rephrase the question. What generation or what group of players was excluded in week 1?
Oh, that's easy.
Who was it?
The people at the very top and the very bottom of the brackets.
The super whales. The mega whales. Okay? The mega whales. Absolutely. All right? The mega whales came in and had no rank So if I was a level, say, 60 with a bunch of wins under my belt, and then I got ranked with I got matched with a level 70 who had no arena rank. All right. Is it wildly surprising that that team got matched up, that those two teams got matched up? And this is what I try to tell people. It's not wildly surprising. All right. Because rank mattered a great deal. Now, if there is something that I can agree with, I might say that rank matters maybe too much.
Ooh,
all right.
What a good point. What a good point.
That was something that Hammy and I did talk about this week, is that rank mattered maybe a little too much. Spectre says it tells me that the algorithm is not taking into account ops level more than rank, which is concerning. So I would actually agree with that, Spectre. I think, and knowing the formula, all right, I'll just go ahead and tell you, ops and rank are weighted equally.
Ooh.
Now, that, at first glance, fine, okay? But no, don't you say, oh, God, that's terrible. It's not terrible, all right? Because it works that way in almost any other kind of gameplay. But you know what the difference is in other gameplay, okay? The difference is in other gameplay is that there's not generational gaps like there is in this game. Okay? Strider says it's bad, and it's bad in this game. Ow, I just broke something. Yes, it's bad in this game. It's not bad in the broad spectrum of matchmaking. And I'm here to tell you, I can guarantee that Scopely didn't write something proprietary or completely made up. They used a model. Okay? Or at least consulted a model. All right?
Yeah.
So it's not surprising to see that for the very first time Scopely tries something that they consulted a model. Here's the problem. In this game, there are very clear and succinct differences in generation that do not allow players to overcome. Okay? In a game of Fortnite, a level 70 can be beaten by a level 40. All that means is that they haven't won enough matches. Isn't that what we were just talking about? Yep. You could have all the skill in the world and be a level 5 newbie in a game like Fortnite or in Call of Duty, all right? And you could still come in and win. That's the difference between matchmaking in another AAA title and matchmaking in STFC. Because in this game, Andy, you've got it. The ships make the difference. There is nothing really that anybody can do to overcome a generational gap in ship, at least not more than one. Do I think that one is okay? Sure. Do I think a G5 Epic can be competitive with a G6 Uncommon? Yes.
Yes.
And I think that's acceptable and it should happen. Okay? Especially because the G6 Uncommons suck. But even if you look at a G5 Epic as compared to a G5 Rare, look at a G4 Epic and a G5 Uncommon. These are competitive.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as a side effect of the algorithm being heavily weighted on rank, it in some cases overcompensated and allowed for more than one generational gap. I think that one generational gap is probably acceptable. All right? But now, here's the side effect of that side effect, Griffin. Okay? Everything we're talking about doing here, going back to 5v5, going back to tighter banding, going back to, it all affects matchmaking. And it's going to affect time. We say go to 24 hours. Well, that makes it worse.
Yeah. Spreads everything out.
It spreads everything out. There's not a concentration of players in this game like exists in a lot of other games. It's almost as though Scopely was really ambitious with this feature, and I'm glad that they are. I would actually, dare I say, at the risk of being called a shill, that this might be the most bold game design that we have seen out of this company, maybe in forever.
I would agree.
This
And
is
I would
bold.
It is bold. And I would counterpoint the 24-hour being a bad thing by saying all you have to have are 6 players in the same band that want to do this, because open up to an entire region.
I get that, but look at APAC, for example. Van Man says they need 24 hours, but dude, it's going to be even worse. You got to think, APAC, this is why it needs to be global, all right? And they want to argue about the regionality of the lag and the transatlantic lag and all this stuff, and I don't know, maybe that's true. But APAC is a problem, all right? APAC says we need the event 24 hours for the event because we don't have the U.S. numbers. That's exactly why you need a concise number. Now, it's not convenient. It's not convenient. I get it, Van Man. That's what I'm saying. APAC doesn't have a good answer here. APAC is probably just boned from the start.
Star Trek Fleet Command has run many events in the past, which took place for, let's say, 4 hours at this time, and then 4 hours at that time, 12 hours apart.
Well, Fullman is telling me that speed of light is an actual problem.
I have told you this for a month, and you don't listen. You never listen to anything I say, and then somebody else in chat who you've never mentioned before says the same thing.
Listen,
That's incredible.
What is the speed of light? Just real quick, please. What is the speed of light?
You can Google it.
And what is the circumference of the Earth? Okay, it doesn't take
speed
that
of light
long.
is C.
I'm never
Just say C.
Okay, C with the circumference of the Earth. I mean, we're not talking about ridiculous lag, in my opinion.
Well, maybe we should get you to go work for these companies, because since you have all the solutions to the problems on worldwide, better yet, let's get you with Elon, and you can figure out how to get
Elon's
Mars
got
and
this
Earth
figured
talking
out.
with
Okay,
no delay at all.
All right.
Sure.
Now,
anyway,
Putz. I'm being told that Putz has the answer. Putz, give me the answer.
Okay, so the speed of light is 3 times 10 to the 8th meters per second. You are saying that it does not take very long for light to anywhere from one point on the Earth.
I think you're
to
right,
another.
Griffin. Putz can't manage a simple voice connection.
I rest my case. Thank you.
Never mind. All right, I get it now. I will sit down and be wrong. He can't even get a sentence out.
Yeah.
He's proving Griffin's point right there.
Yeah. Thanks, Putz. You know what? You said all you needed to say. All right.
But like I
you
said,
said
DJ,
everything you needed to say.
Why not have that conversation about splitting this amazing event up into 2 windows that are 12 hours apart? If you're so against the whole 24-hour thing, give us 4 hours at this time and 4 hours at that time. And that way everybody can be accommodated at some point during their schedule.
Listen, I am not disagreeing with a lot of this stuff. Okay, I get it. I understand what everybody is saying, and I share your opinions. What I'm saying is the feedback is dangerous, because this is truly a house of cards. Okay, one wrong move will destroy this event, and I am so protective of this feature because it is literally the best thing they've ever invented. It is bold gameplay. It is little monetization. It is free repairs. It is engagement driven. All of these things are good things that we have asked for years and years. So I want to be super careful when we're talking about these changes. All right? I believe, and I know that this is going to sound terrible. And Tarpy, I see you on the stage. I'm coming to you in a second. I think 3v3 made a difference. Now, by the way, the side effect was that it was less chaotic. And I agree. I loved the chaos of it. I did. Okay? I did love the chaos. But Jules also mentions the lag was better in 3v3. Now, if you go back to 5v5, let's just pretend we did that. If you go back to 5v5, you are eliminating more players from being able to play. Right? General Lark, who, by the way, still didn't get to play in the last one. Actually,
really?
well, he's a mega whale in his alliance. However, I am going to point out, and I'm just going to send a quick shout out here real quick because I thought this was super cool. I say that he didn't get to play in the last one, but he did. Very, very limited because he had to rely on a member of his team. I'm going to read your message, Ark. This is on server 34. This is the kind of alliance and team building you got over there from the Die Alliance. He got a message from one of his teammates that says, "Hey, I rushed ops this weekend, so you can join me for arenas." There is now one player in his alliance that can start an arena and allow him to play.
That's really cool.
And that's with 3v3. Now, that to me is a fundamental problem, folks. That to me is a problem that going to 5v5 doesn't solve. All right? The 3v3 contributed towards fixing that problem. But then you have other problems. The 3v3 makes matchmaking easier because you only need 3 players. Analytically or matchmaking wise, finding the matches makes it easier. But as a result, one player influences the algorithm more. One player is going to impact the final score when there's only 3 of you as compared to 5. It's like I have explained to my kids before. If you have 5 tests and you fail one of them, that one failed test impacts your grade less than if there were only 3 tests.
Yep.
Okay? That's what's happening here. And this is why I warned that matchmaking was going to get worse on the surface for players. Because a whale was going to have more domineering effect. All right? It was going to happen. It was inevitable. I am inevitable.
What do you think about the ideas of getting rid of the cube, like making a cube ban? Would you consider that?
Nope. I thought that, listen, and by the way, you guys saw I got beamed a dozen times. All right? So no, I don't think the cube is the problem. And I think players who have worked on their cube deserve to use their cube. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. Spike says ban the NSEA. Nope, don't think that either. I think the NSEA is also a strategy. You've got Omega 13. You got Omega 13. Omega 13 is great. That's a strategy. It's a feature of the it's a feature of the feature. Okay, it's a strategy of the feature. All right. Spectre says get rid of forbidden tech. Nope, don't agree with that.
No, not at all.
Listen. Everybody is so hung up on the head-to-head combat. But what did Jules say 5 minutes ago? It's not about head-to-head combat. You guys need to get this out of your head. It's a prevention mechanic. It's about scoring in the PvE aspects of this feature and using PvP to preserve your scoring abilities. Peter Swanson says they clipped out the real feature of this game, cloaking. I don't know if I agree with that. Cloaking, you can't overcome it. If you're
Cloaking
going
would kill it.
Listen, if you're going to cloak, which by the way, I would be in favor of cloaking in arenas if there was a decloaking detection. If
which
there
is in lore, which there definitely is in lore, which that they never added that counter to the feature, which I always thought they were going to. That would be amazing to detect a cloak ship. Yes.
Agreed. Viper says you can't overcome a cube beam either. Well, you're right. I can't defend against a cube beam, but
you can with Omega 13. Omega 13.
Omega 13 can do it.
Yep.
Omega 13 can do it. All right.
Yep.
And not only that, actually, wait, no, does it? I don't think Omega 13 does.
I thought if you Omega 13 yourself, then you're still in the circle and you still pop the Armada.
It wasn't combat, so I don't think it resurrected me. I think I tried that. I don't remember now. Did I try that? Now I've got to test it again. I'm pretty sure I got beamed when I had Omega 13. Yeah, Omega 13 does not work because it's not combat, so it doesn't revitalize me, which is crazy. That should
I didn't
now
like
if that worked, I'd be totally fine with that. Okay.
Yeah, that should work.
Yeah, Omega 13 should work.
They haven't thought about that. That's an oversight.
Maybe we go back and we talk to him
oversight.
about that. Maybe Omega 13 fixes the cube problem. Okay.
It does.
But
Omega 13 does fix the cube problem.
it does fix the cube problem. But there's more than just that. The 24-hour window dilutes the pool. Again, think of it as the average, okay? Hammy talked about it. Griffin, you talked about it. If we get 8 hours and we jump everybody into that 8-hour window, then the concentration of online players is greater. Okay, going 24 hours is going to dilute the pool. And by the way, I'm not saying that I'm not in favor of going 24 hours. It needs to be 24 hours, which is why ultimately I think you need to increase the population size. And I don't mean increase the population size by like go get more players. I mean increase the available pool. Go outside of your alliance for players and allow us to play cross-regionally. Now, I know, Griffin, that you're going to say playing outside of your alliance is not as strategic, and I will agree.
Yeah. I mean, this game is all about strategy. The whole point of the arena is crewing and counter crewing and coming up with that plan to how you're going to pop.
My counterpoint to you is being able to play even with less strategy is better than not being able to play at all.
Oh, now you sound like my mom. I want to go to the movies, Mom. Okay, well, we're going to go see Fried Green Tomatoes. Mom, I hate Fried Green Tomatoes. I don't want to watch that movie. I'm 9. Well, kid, you're either going to watch that or you're not going to watch any movie at all. You're going to eat your Brussels sprouts or you're not going to have any dinner. You can go to bed. It doesn't have to be that way. Why make people settle for a lower experience? If you can't strategize,
because it's their choice.
If you can't strategize in the arena, then don't play the arena. Because
that should be the player's choice, though. If there's an event and they have to be able to hit certain metrics, or if they need to be able to earn some currency, and they can't literally get a squad together. Because they don't have, like General Art can't play unless there's one person in his alliance that's online. Give him that option. If his buddy messages him and says, hey, I'm online, do you want to play? And he says, oh, yes, let's go play. All right, then he can play at that time of his choosing with his buddy and get into voice and do all the things. All right, but if he can't, if his buddy is not there and he needs to be able to play, for an event or for currency or this or that, if he wants to sacrifice that strategy, he should be given the opportunity to do so. And that is why I agree with you fundamentally that the experience will be worse for players who play outside of their own alliance. But they should still be able to play.
The only way, why? Because if they do and they lose every time, all you're doing is killing your rank. And that's the whole premise of this whole setup.
Still should be their choice, man.
Well,
let them play if they want to play.
I don't disagree with that, but in order for that to make any modicum of sense, maybe the real solution here is it's not that the problem is opening it up to the whole server. Okay. The problem really is that you can't chat with these people, right? So why in the world?
I don't think I agree with that. There's no way that during an arena match you have time to open a chat window and tap out. I mean,
You've lost your mind. You've lost your mind.
No.
We do it all the time. Because we talk about who gets the Ferengi, who's going to call the Armada. We make sure that the one person gets both of the Ferengis so they can pop that thing first.
Not me.
And all these things happen very quickly. That's because you have kitty cat thumbs and you can't do that. Sure, or you have the benefit of, okay, if you can voice, of course, anybody would voice. But what percentage of the population of this game can voice at any given time playing arenas? Not many. So you got to give them the ability to chat. Instead of, they'll go figure it out on their own. Download Discord.
Kaviji agrees with me. Swift agrees with me. You can't get anything if you can't play. It's not just rank. It's not just, Kaviji says there's access to an entire faction store that is locked out if you can't play. All right. So I'm just saying that there has to be that opportunity. Okay. And you can't remove the banding. let
No,
me
you cannot ruin
circle
the
back.
banding.
I do like the idea of 5v5. I think that it was more chaotic. All right. I will agree that a whale had a more domineering effect on a 3v3 than they did in a 5v5. I agree with that. All right. So if I was going to be convinced that it needs to go back to 5v5, then you have to do something for the players who can't play. You have to do something for the available pool. You have to do something for the ability to play.
Yeah. So open it up to the whole server, but give us a way to talk to each other and strategize, especially in the 2 minutes before. There is a 2-minute strategizing window.
Flamin' Scott, thanks for the raid. How you doing, man? Welcome in, Firestorm, as the first-time chatter. Thank you.
Hey, Firestorm.
Here's the deal. Kaviji says ship banding. You're talking about party chat. All of this stuff is major tech that, guys, we are not getting next week. Okay? It's not going to happen. And actually in talking with the engineers, crazy enough, yes, they have the technology to go outside the alliance because of waves, but it's not even built into this feature. All right? You're then going to have problems where you have to go in and copy the sections of code where you can't kill your own team, or you can, but that's going to make people furious. You know, there's so many moving parts, which is why I come back and say, this is a house of cards. We have to be patient and we have to be careful with the changes. The changes cannot be vast. They must be very carefully considered. And I think that people are going to be impatient like they are being now. Demon says, make it 4v4 with the bandit 9 levels. I mean, dude, that's going to make matchmaking worse when it comes to people feeling like they can get steamrolled. Okay? So, Tarpy, let me come to the stage. I know I asked you up here 20 minutes ago, and I'm sorry. Tarpy, welcome to the stage. You were very critical of me this past week because I did and still think that 3v3 was the right first step towards getting a larger, broader population involved in PvP arenas. Your perspective is different. Tell me why.
Let him have it.
Let me have it. You rip off the Band-Aid. Let's go.
Well, I will say that the first half when I was participating last week was way, way worse than the last about hour of the whole tournament time. So we had really, really, really bad matchups the first 3 hours, and I know there's more hours in the middle, but the last hour or so I had a lot of the fairest matches I had all day. So it just went really, really poorly for the first 3 hours. And
you know the reason for that is that
because people weren't on.
Well, partly, probably, but also the first 3-4 hours is
no
when
data.
It's when all the 67 and 66 pluses came in with no rank.
Yeah.
And you might have been a 60, but you had enough rank that might have bumped you to the effective level of a 62 or a 63, and then you were getting matched up with these 70s that had no rank. I agree.
Yeah.
You know, but that was one of the pieces that I think people were missing, is that arena rank was weighted in here. Now, again, I think arena rank is too heavy. I think ops needs to be a heavier piece of it because you can't overcome those generational gaps. We were talking about that earlier. Please continue.
Well, I think with the 5v5, you had 4 other people where their ops mattered too for both the rank and the ops. So with 3v3, they just maybe, and in a few weeks, putts, before you say it, they maybe need to reweight it such that the ops matters more than the rank a little bit.
Sure.
Because with 3 people, the average is a lot different.
Sure.
At least that's how it felt.
Absolutely.
So,
You're
like,
1,000% right. One whale had the opportunity
Or
to
relative
weight
whale.
the average. A relative whale. Yeah, it didn't have to be a 70. It could be, if you're a G4 player, it could have been that random 56. Okay? So
Or Strider. Strider was doing that a bunch too. And he was having a great time because he was in with a 50 or a 46 and a 40. and he was absolutely creaming people, and he had a great time.
Because he was on the upper end of that average. That's right,
Yeah.
because the average was less impacted by 5 people with 1 player than it was with 3. And that's
Right.
kind of what we see. Maxenheimer says, does the algorithm average rank the players in a squad? Yes, it does. But again, that's what we're talking about here. If you've got only 3 people, then that average is going to be more impacted by 1 player than 5 players. You know, so that was absolutely a thing. But rank, I think, did have a very heavy weight and probably does need to be adjusted just a little bit. But was definitely why the matchmaking felt worse and why we projected that the matchmaking was going to feel worse. And it did, but it also opened up the playable window. Omicron, again, points out, and I agree, that this game, sadly, unfortunately, just doesn't have the population to support this kind of feature the way we want it. We don't have the population size to make matchmaking fair fast enough. All right. And that is a real thing. So we've got to work within the constraints of what we got. And this is why I keep talking about the tech to go outside the alliance. That's not going to be quick. The option to choose 3v3 or 5v5 or 1v1, that's not going to be quick. It's not something that we can do quickly. What is it that we can do within the realm of reason on a week-to-week basis? Adjusting the team size, fixing the repair speed up timer. I think that is a big thing. I think
That's a big one. That
needs to be dropped to 60 seconds. Okay. I think it needs to be dropped to 60 seconds. But I'm not going to endorse going back to eliminating a big chunk of the players by going back to 5v5. It can't happen. Those players deserve to be able to play as well. So, again, this is it. There's no other way to describe it than a house of cards. And the one wrong move destroys this feature. And that's why I'm being so careful with it. Tarpy, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead and finish your rant at me.
No, sorry.
I'm going to mute my mic so you can yell at me and I won't talk back.
No, I wasn't going to yell anymore, actually. I was just going to ask, because I've seen Kaviji ask it a few times, about ship banding. So could you, this might not be tech they have, but could you say, I'm the highest player with a G5 Epic? Could you cap it? Could you cap it at the highest ship for whatever the lowest player shipyard is?
Would love that. They have never had that. I have asked for that technology for years and years for PvP events. That technology does not currently exist in a way that's compatible with their event format. When I say that, I mean they can do it, but they're writing all that extra code because they have to write we've seen them in Echo's PvP events, right? Like if you attack an interceptor and you're in an interceptor, right? That'll count. But if you attack a survey and you're in an interceptor, then it doesn't count, right? Because that's how his PvP events work. So, but all that stuff has to be written out. You can't just write a player plus minus 1 shipyard level because they don't have those metrics available. All right.
Yeah.
Which is terrible. Agreed, but they just don't have it available. If they're going to do it, then it all has to be written out the way that we're talking about, like the way that Echo's done it for those events. And that particular type of coding is not currently compatible with the framework that is PvP Arenas because it's not an event.
I think
it's not an event. You can't, even if you went in there, maybe you wouldn't score, but you could still kill everybody, which defeats the purpose.
Yeah, people are also asking for things like nerfing ship power or things like that. So it's like, I do some PvP tests with a whale friend on my server, and he's an op 70, and his D4 can kill my Sanctus.
Yeah.
So even if you nerf you'd have to nerf half the research that an op 70 has to not make that happen.
But again, Caledon says it shouldn't be that hard to code. That's not the core problem. What did Tarpy just say? His G3 Epic can kill her G4 and G5 ships because of the power bloat in this game. So ship banding doesn't solve the problem either. Imagine how bad it would be if you took ops out of the equation and did just go with ship banding. Well, then Jonathan Ingram would run through killing me with Kira's.
Yeah.
Because he can. He can do that.
That'd be kind of funny.
Well, he does it all the time, but that's the point. It doesn't fix that problem either. Andy says it needs to be based only on ops, which it is, aside from the rank piece. But as far as player separation, it is based on ops. But that's what everybody's screaming about. And again, I say the wrong move here breaks the feature.
Mm-hmm.
So ship banding is not the actual answer. I've seen other
Not when you have 4 million enterprises and 40 million enterprises.
Sure.
Which there are.
So there's a lot. I understand how controversial this is. And this is why I say I'm going to be in the doghouse. Because, honestly, I stick by my guns on the 3v3. I am sticking by my guns on the repair timer that Scopely has not enacted yet. I'm sticking by my guns on dropping the weight of arena rank a little bit, but I'm sticking by my guns on 3v3. And unfortunately, I'm afraid of expanding the event to 24 hours. All right. I know that it should be. I really truthfully know that it should be, but I'm scared of that. I think we're already having matchmaking problems now. And
can I ask one more thing as
Yeah.
we kind of look towards the future? So I know putzes don't kind of change too much more before November, December. It'll be interesting because of how they add and remove rank, that the more you participate, the more you move up more or less anyway.
Which is
So
also dangerous.
even if you Right. So in
Yeah.
a few months, when we're all in the gold and platinum, just because you eventually get there anyway, matchmaking is going to potentially be much, much worse again.
Well, there's also no locks. Okay, there's no locks,
Yeah.
which means you can lose. I saw somebody say, well, why don't you just remove the loss points? Well, that's going to make it worse. That's going to bump you up to playing with whales. You've got to have the loss points there. Cruzito said if you lose matches, then your arena rank drops, and it has to be that way. Otherwise, everybody's going to be gold and platinum, and everyone's going to be viewed as a 70, for example. Okay? So it's not going to work that way either.
Right, because you don't lose as much in 2 battles as you don't lose nearly as much as you gain.
That's
So,
true, which I
like,
think is
it's-
appropriate. I think that's a good move. But at the same time, you can't remove the loss points because eventually everyone's going to be rated as a platinum.
Exactly. I'm not saying they should remove them. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that eventually it's going to screw us over.
Well, it can for sure. It absolutely can. We've got to look at that too. Duder says, why not have a G3 ship arena, G4 ship arena, etc. That's the same reason we were just talking about with the D4 that's 40 million as compared to 4 million. You can't have that either. You know, so there's a lot. Every idea that somebody comes up with, there's a reason, a valid reason why it may make the feature worse, which is why I am actually supporting Scopely's very slow action on this, and why I still to this moment support the 3v3 move. Because it's so frail, everybody. It's so frail. And so I had a very long conversation with Hammy this past week and said, listen, I know that there's a lot of people, even in the dev chat, mods and other CCs were screaming about the matchmaking. I went in one time, I said, guys, this is so much better than I expected it to be. You have no idea how bad this could have been. All right.
Yeah.
The matchmaking that we saw this time, I don't care. There were some bad ones. I'm not saying that it was perfect, okay, by no stretch. There were some really bad ones. I saw some pretty rough ones, okay? But the fact that those were outliers, like here, let me show you one. I asked for this in chat a little bit ago. Let's take a look at a couple of these, Griffin. This one right here. You know what, Tarpy, this is one that you sent. This is a bad one because it's Istio's crew. Shout out Istio. By the way, I went up against Istio's crew. All right? And you know what? Listen, when we were on stream when we did this, I went up against Istio's crew. And you know what? Instantly, I could have whined and cried. And I could have fussed and been mad about it. Instead, I wanted to have a little bit of fun with it and said, okay, you know what? I'm changing my strategy on this one. I just want to try to get an Armada off. If I could actually get an Armada off against Istio, I didn't care if I won or lost, but if I actually successfully evaded him in getting at least some points, then I would have considered that a victory.
Way to manage expectations there.
Yeah, listen, obviously I wasn't going to beat Istio. All right. So.
Oh yeah, we did the same thing. It was like, okay, I just want to see how awesome these ships are and accept my defeat.
But you know what? Look here. This matchmaking, is not horribly offensive. However, this, by the way, does demonstrate the problem you were just talking about, Tarpy. Here, these three players, Rebel, Zeke, and Istio, they're all three gold, and they're at the highest rank. They're 70, and they're gold. That's as high as it can go. Now, look over here. You guys, you had a 64, a 60, and a 70, but you're high silver ranks. Okay? If these guys are at the mathematical maximum and you guys were close in ops, I say close in ops, but you were boosted by your silvers. I mean, you guys went in there as a 70, probably a 66, 67, and a 63. The matchmaking there was not horribly wrong.
There you go.
It really wasn't. All right. It looks bad. It feels bad. But the algorithm was not ridiculously off. By the way, this actually demonstrates Tarpy's prediction for when everybody is silver and gold and platinum, because there is a mathematical maximum here, guys. There's a mathematical maximum. Okay? I mean, that's a real thing. So we've got to be careful with some of these moves that we make. The matchmaking actually worked a little bit better than we thought. Take a look at this one. This one right here is probably one of the ones that was a little further out. But why was it out? Look at the range of ops on the other side. Look at the range of ops on Sky Marshall's team here. And Maxwell and Noslow, okay? You had a 64, 59, and 70. Well, first of all, that 70 is impacting the range, the average range, far more than it should. All right? But why did a 59, and a 56 get matched up with a 70? Because the average did that. Tarpy also just talked about this, that Strider went in with a varied ops team and dominated. Versus these players that went in very, very close to ops, so they didn't have an outlier that could fight against Noslow.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you guys can say that that's bad matchmaking. I call it understanding the analytics, understanding the matchmaking, and strategizing your best team. Okay? This might not have been Crunchberry's best team that he could have put together. By the way, love that cereal. Love your screen name. I haven't had a box of Crunch Berries in a long time. I might actually go buy some now. That's great cereal. Love it. 10 minutes till daily reset also, by the way. All right. And 10 minutes till daily reset. All right. Berlin says 58 versus 64. That's bad. What?
No.
What are you talking about in averages? Okay, maybe. All right. But 58 versus 64 is 6 ops levels different. Now, Omicron said it's the level spread issue. That can't be an issue. If you tighten the spread, then you reduce the players that can play again.
Correct.
All right. This is what I'm talking about, guys.
It's very point counterpoint, y'all. It's like Jenga.
This is what I'm talking about. Okay.
You think you're pulling out the right piece, and that whole thing comes down.
That's right. This is Jenga. Okay? It's Jenga. And by the way, let's come back to this, by the way. Now, I don't know what, I don't know, this screenshot confuses me a little bit because it shows victory at 1,000, but it only shows 12 and I'm 199. So I don't know how this screenshot even exists, to be honest with you. Something about this screenshot is weird. All right. Krusty says, DJs, I've never been mad about a conversation in all the years, but you are taking the cake today. I know, man. That's why I said I know that I am not having a popular opinion today. I know. Trust me, I get it. but
So, DJs,
yes.
there's 2 places where you can see who you match up with. It's right before you go into the arena and after you win or lose. So they're just telling you, hey, this is your match. You win at 1,000 points. So that's where this
I
screenshot
see.
comes
I
from.
see. So there was still 6 minutes left. So, okay, so there was still 6 minutes left in this one, and the score was 12 to 199.
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
Oh, I
Because you
didn't
can
know you
also
smashed
click at
that
the
fast.
very top. Yeah, you can click at the very top and it'll show you who you're fighting at the time.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I didn't know you could get there during the match. That's cool.
Well,
Yeah, there's a little
again,
eye
this
at the
is
very top.
screenshot, so I can't actually get in there and look. But you know what?
Tomorrow you can.
Not everything is as crazy as it would seem, is it, Dragon Keeper? Here's his 66, 67, and a 69. Shout out Indominus Prime and Trash Keeper. Going up against the 68, 70, and a 63. All right. However, Dragon Keeper's team won, presumably by using strategy. All right. Because there is indeed strategy. Now, admittedly, with a team of 370s all running speed crew, shout out Istio, that's going to be really hard to overcome. But, by the way, can I point out that using a speed crew is a strategy?
Yeah, indeed it is.
And we talked about this in the very beginning. If you were going to go up against Wales, who did play the game intelligently, who did come in with a strategy, then you were going to lose. Period. Plain and simple.
100%.
All right.
I have seen so many high 50s beat 65s, a whole team of 65s with a better strategy and better crewing and better counter crewing.
That's right. A 70 who plays poorly is not immune. However, a 70 who plays brilliantly, anybody who plays brilliantly is going to have an
It's
advantage.
unstoppable.
Yeah. Anybody who plays brilliantly is going to have an advantage. And a 70 has extra advantage points, in fairness. All right? A 70 has extra advantage points. But, I mean, that exists in this game.
Yeah.
All right? Doss said we had a 69, 63, 61 combo and crushed a 70, 70, 65. That can happen. All right? It absolutely can happen, but it's not guaranteed to happen. You're going to lose some. You're going to win some. All right? But you're going to lose some too. And that's why I kind of point out that while the overwhelming feedback on this feature was matchmaking is terrible, it's probably better than it could have been. It's actually a lot better than I expected it to be.
Yeah, it's working pretty good. One of my alliance mates, Cannon Onion, asks, what about the negative ranking as a concept? Is that helping or hurting with these mismatches in the brackets? Would it be a good idea to take away the negative, the hits that you take for losing?
See, I disagree on that, and I'll tell you why. Because that actually serves, at least in its current form, that serves as a way to keep the ranks somewhat balanced. If you lose, then you're losing more, and in theory, it's supposed to push you down to be able to
away from the
away from the higher rank level players. It's supposed to push you down to be able to play people who have a similar win record to you, and that's why I'm pointing out that we haven't given this enough time yet either.
Not enough time.
Not enough time.
Not enough time.
We haven't given it enough time.
It'll be really interesting to see if the rank becomes a function of ops eventually. Because if you have a 70, I know they're not immune, but eventually they can beat almost everybody, and then people with G6 rares can beat almost everybody else all the way down. So if rank eventually becomes a function of ops, how will that impact where people kind of camp at their opses?
That's I am actively, as I am looking off camera, I am clicking and clicking and clicking away to get to 66 before next Monday for that exact reason.
Isn't it tomorrow or is it a week from?
It should
I'm
be
working really hard.
It's tomorrow.
I'm turning the minute away.
It's tomorrow.
It's like 8 hours, Griffin, or 16
it.
hours or something.
I can do it.
Big Bad Booty says I've been in bronze 2 since the arena's been going on, and that would be because you've won some matches but haven't won enough to push you up. I actually made it to silver 4, which it starts with bronze 4, then 3, 2, and 1, and then silver 4, 3, 2, 1. And by the way, there is some people have asked, how are you identifying the rank? Let's do a quick teaching bit on that because it shows here. All right.
Yeah.
First of all, you take a look at the color. This is a bronze. Okay. Silver. This one doesn't have a gold. Does somebody have the screenshot? Let me come back to the screenshot of Istio's. Because he is gold. Yeah, it's more of a yellow. Can someone show me Istio's? Here it is. Here's Istio's. You can see it's got like that gold yellow shine. More specifically, if you look.
Oh, there went the arena prep station special.
Yeah. I will tell you that if you look at gold versus bronze, they definitely need to do better on this distinction. Because the gold and the bronze look very, very similar. If you take a look here, you can see, let me bring this forward over top of, oh crap, hang on. I'm trying to do, what? I'm just breaking everything here.
Oh, wow.
If you take a look at the gold versus the bronze, you can kind of see, what am I doing wrong here? I'm having a stroke. Give me a break here for a second, guys. I'm sorry.
Too many screenshots.
Yeah, there. If you take a look at gold versus bronze, and I'm not actually able to show this very well. This is not super effective, but we're going to go with it. Take a look at gold versus bronze. There's very, very little difference. I think they need to probably broaden that a little bit, that visual distinction. But if you look on your screen, you can see that the gold is definitely more of a yellow color. All right. The bronze needs to be brown or something, or even a different, they could have a different distinction on the ribbon or something. I don't know. But yeah, that's the difference. I just put into the graphics room at 11:56 p.m. Eastern time. Bronze is on the left, gold's on the right. You can see there is a color distinction. Okay.
It's very close.
It's very, very close. It is too close. All right. But that's the color distinction. Now, if we take a look at the colors, then you can take a look at the pips in the middle. These dots. Don't look at ribbons. Ribbons don't matter. Okay? I mean, ribbons change too, but the dots indicate the rank. And by the way, they also did this backwards. 1 dot is 4.
Yeah, that's
2
stupid.
dots is 3. 3 dots is 2, and 4 dots is rank 1, which is also silly. All right? So if we take a look here, Canna Dejal is silver 3.
How is that a 3? It's 2 red and 2 white. How is that a 3?
You're only looking at white. Red is not filled. White pips count.
Okay, I see 2 white pips.
Which means that they are on the second rank, which is, and rank starts at 4. That's why I'm saying it's very weird. This is silver 3. This one has 3 pips, so they're on the 3rd rank, which makes them bronze 2.
Oh my God! You got to be kidding me.
I'm not kidding you. This is bad. This one right here. Look at 6-6. They're silver. They have all 4 pips. That means he's silver 1.
Blech.
I know. It's absolutely terrible the way that they did this. Okay. That's right. They consider them pips. All right. The higher the rank, the more pips, but the ranks start at 4 and go to 1. All right. Cruzito says, my God, scrap all the pips. Just go with a letter number combo. Call it B1. All right. Bronze 1. I know. Listen, I actually don't mind what they did with the art, but it's very, very. I'm
going to break out the old word from last year. It's convoluted.
It is very convoluted. It's very, very convoluted. Yes. So Panther Punch here. Silver 3. They've got 2 pips. They're on the 2nd rank of silver, which would be not silver 4, but silver 3. Here's Arnett Lander. Okay. He's bronze. He's got 3 pips, so he's bronze 2. Okay. Very, 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 very odd stuff. Admittedly, you take a look over here at this matchup. Here's a silver 1, a silver 3. Here is a silver 4, 1 pip. Okay, just 1 pip. That means he's at the bottom of the barrel of silver. So he's silver 4.
Hold on. Let's go back up to Tarpitude and explain to me, like I'm a 5-year-old, how that is
silver 3,
rank 3. Yes,
because she has 2 pips.
Okay,
which means she's the 2nd rank, and if rank starts at silver 4 and goes to silver 1, The second rank is Silver 3.
Okay, now I get it. Yeah, that is incredibly ridiculous.
It's terrible. That is
What
absolutely.
is going on?
That's very, very bad, Scopely. It's very bad. All right. But yes, so this is how you can see the rank of who you're going up against. Look over here at Zeke, by the way. Gold 1.
Oh, so they have really they've won the game.
They've been playing. Well, I don't think gold.
Istio too.
Gold, yeah, Istio is gold 1 and Rebel is gold 3. By the way, I don't believe that they are finished yet either because I'm pretty sure there's a platinum.
Just look at the point discrepancy between Zeke, who is a 70, and Istio, who's also a 70. 4 billion versus 7 billion power. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mimi says they're in platinum now. Oh, okay. They could be. I didn't know if platinum had launched yet. I don't even know what platinum looks like. Are these platinum or look, is that what platinum is? See, they're gonna have to do better with this art. Look here. This is gold. Is that platinum that has like that etching art in it? Okay, no, they were gold in this screenshot. Okay, I would love to see what platinum looks like. Istio,
Didn't you fight them when they were platinum?
I thought they were still gold when I fought them. I think they were still gold when I fought them. Platinum, says Vic, looks like a silver and gray kind of plastic. Well, maybe. All
Weird.
right. So platinum looks silver. Great. So gold and bronze look the same, and silver and platinum look the same. Great job on the art.
Is there like a blog post about this?
No.
How do you know all this?
I surmised because I grew in my rank. I'm silver 4, or I don't remember now. What am I? Silver. I surmised. I played and I learned.
Wild.
Let's see. Where is it? Arenas. I am silver 3 now. So you can't here. Let me try to blow this up. I'm silver 3. All right. I'm going to blow this up. It's going to be grainy, but I'll try to pull it up for you. There's silver 3. It's as big as it's going to get. But you see, I've got 2 pips, which means I'm on the second rank of silver, which is not silver 4, but silver 3. Okay.
This is like the people who came up with inches and pounds and miles.
Pounds have nothing to do with inches.
Like, this is the same conversation. Like, I've got this 1 through 10 easy system.
Yeah.
Nah, we need feet. We need yards. We need miles. Well, how many yards are in a mile? Nobody knows.
If Chala is silver 4, then he's got this silver logo with 1 pip. Right?
Crazy.
There you go. And everybody can see that inside your. And by the way, the ribbons, maybe the ribbons are what changes it between gold and bronze. But see, look here. Here's a screenshot. All these guys are gold, but see, even the ribbons are different. So
wait, back to the left. Where's Tex's ribbons? Tex has no ribbons.
Well, yeah, because he's a silver 4, so he's bottom of the barrel at silver.
Wait,
no ribbons.
The answer to my question was yeah, because he's silver 4. Like, that's supposed to effing answer that question?
By the way, Tex or Wonder Yams, yes, that is silver 4. All right, Tex is silver 4.
So no ribbons until you're silver 3.
Yeah, that's right. You get 1 ribbon, and then it looks like when you go to silver 1, you get. Oh, see, look, there's the etching. So if we look at the differentials here, okay? By the way, yes, silver 4 is exactly what I just posted, you goofballs. This is what they just said. They said that's not silver 4. That's silver 4. Well, they're the same.
Oh, we're not the goofballs here.
Yeah, that is silver 4. Texas silver 4. See, look, boom, silver 4. Silver 4. They're the same. That being said, if I'm just guessing here, I'm going to say that silver 4 has 1 pip, or that any 4 has 1 pip and no ribbons. Then when you go to 3, you get the singular blue ribbon and 2 pips. When you go to the second rank, you're going to get the red ribbons, I bet. Let me see if I can find an example of one with, here we go. Thank you. Here is one right here. Yep, there you go. You get the red ribbons on the 3rd rank. But notice the emblem in the middle here is still smooth. And then when you go to the top rank, it'll be 4 pips and the etching. Look at the etching in the center there. Okay, it's not smooth anymore. You've got etching. So that's so the ribbons also matter.
I thought the command center icons were convoluted and confusing. This is command center 2.0.
Good question. What do the red jewels at the top of the frame mean?
Yeah.
It looks like that is added at the 3rd rank, if I'm guessing. Because look, here's rank 3, and you don't get it. So it's added at the top 2 ranks. Because here's a rank 3 that doesn't have the red jewel, but here's a rank 2 that does have the red jewel. Here's a red 3 with no red jewel. So it looks like the red jewel. Yeah, there's another example. So the red jewel is added with the red ribbon. That's what it is. The red jewel is added with the red ribbon. That comes at the...
Don't call it a pip. It's a red square, but don't call it a pip. That's a jewel.
That's a jewel. It's not the pip in the middle.
God.
So at 3 or 4 pips, then you get the red ribbon and the red jewel as well. This is so wild.
I feel so bad for you that you fully understand this and you are versed in it. Like you're like teaching the class. Like, oh yeah, of course.
I mean, obviously, it's all about the pips and the ribbons, guys. How did you guys not know this? All right, how did nobody know? So obviously, I'm teasing, but this is also how you can help determine the rank of the team that you're fighting. And when you're looking at matchmaking, hopefully, this will give you guys a little bit of an example of how the matchmaking is impacting, or how the rank is impacting the matchmaking formula. All right, it is having a larger effect than maybe even what it should. Okay, maybe even what it should, but nonetheless. All right. Vahalan King says Tantalus Field reigns supreme. It's still one ship, Vahalan King, and I get it. It's no different than the Speed Crew on the 70. All right, it's one ship. We got to work around it. So, yeah, anywho, there you go. Now, listen, we're at 3 hours. We never got around to it. Jules, I have got to come. Is your microphone working better now? Because you still, last minute, you sounded like you were in an old ammunition depot.
I may still be. I'm now switched to phone. I'm on mobile now.
Okay, that actually is a little bit better. What's going on with your mic situation tonight, man? Do you have a headset? Where's the headset?
What? No, my laptop has been through a wood shop essentially, so it's probably trash.
What happened to your laptop?
An actual wood shop?
I was working in a wood shop, and I just had my laptop out for like 2 weeks. So this happens to my job.
I'm confused.
Moving on.
Wait a minute.
I work in a wood shop.
Yeah.
There's sawdust everywhere. Sawdust gets into laptops.
Sawdust. Okay, see, you said it was in a wood shop, and I'm like, what's that have to do with anything? I mean, okay, sawdust. Sawdust. Okay. That makes sense. I wouldn't have known that. I don't work in a wood shop. Okay, it's the dust. All right, very good. Well, that'll be our next fundraiser after Christmas Angel Fund. We're getting Jules a new headset. All right, Jules. The item that we were going to talk about a little bit earlier was in regards to event store loot this month. Event store loot has not actually gotten it's not been terrible this month. Tell me what it is that you have found, because I've not been tracking it, not like you do. Tell me a little bit about what we have seen this month with regards to Event Store.
Sure, I posted the link here in your Twitch chat, and shortly I'll post it in Discord as well. This is the event tracking loot comparison that you started, and I'm just just helping you out. That's really all I'm doing here.
Yeah, I can't do it anymore.
No.
I got you. So Symbiosis, 3 months since the last arc, free-to-play acquisition was around 300,000, and we can go to that tab for Symbiosis Part 2, and you can kind of see a breakdown of where we're getting the bulk of that free-to-play loot. The biggest part was the Unstable Discoveries meta.
What a winning event series that was. Such a brilliant idea. Brilliant idea.
Indeed, and the fact that we've had, what was it, like 24 events?
Yes.
24, was it more than that? And you only needed 20. So it wasn't a 100% completionist meta. There was actually a fair amount of slop in there.
Yeah.
Which I was very happy with, because I missed an event, and I only finished it today. Not kidding you. I don't know how much buffer was there, but I missed a couple. I only got my 20th event today with the Borg event. That's why I did it. Of course, you would want to do them all because they each had loot in them as well. So it wasn't just the meta. The meta had 60,000 in it, but it was still contributing 6,000 event store loot per event, and there were 24 more events that came from there.
Generous. Very generous.
It was extremely high count of loot. Sorry, Jules.
No, that was it. I mean, that's the biggest portion of the free-to-play loot was definitely that meta and all the events that were associated with that. We also had the Whispers of Fall meta twice, which originally that was an added event later on, and then they ran it again. So that gave you another 24,000 in free-to-play loot. So I think that this was a very well-paying event store. I think it's more on par with what we would say would be an average event store. Not our number one that we've ever seen, but also much better since they made the adjustment, taking a bunch of loot out of the tickets.
As a matter of fact, if you guys take a look at the chart here, I say that we've become accustomed to event store. We certainly have not become accustomed to, but they've been stingier with the event stores here as of late. Look at Mirror Part 2 in July, only 170. Less than 300 for Gorn, 210 on Enterprise Part 3. Not since December of 2023 have we had an event store that paid more than this month. And if I was going to draw a comparison between those two also, Griffin, I would say that in December of 23, the event store hadn't yet gone through its refresh. So it was still, a little older and hadn't been
very long in the tooth, not quite as useful. Yeah.
Because what we're seeing now is the introduction, Jules, of entirely unlockable paid-only features. They've done it twice now. Once with the Fleet Commander slot, and this month I think they actually did it with all the Fleet Commanders. Right? You could literally free to play go in and earn Fleet Commanders. And honestly, if you take a look at this loot again, take a look at this loot chart. Technically, if you fully did your free to play and only earned roughly 60,000 from leaderboard or ALB events or even extra ticketed events, you could have actually gotten 2 Fleet Commanders this month. All right, which is wild to think about. But I mean, you could have done it. Yeah, because the Fleet Commanders were only 180,000 currency. Benny Hill says, I got Sloan this month. Syndicate Prime is in there, says Darkfire, which is excellent. Big Daddy Booty says, I did, in fact, get 2 Fleet Commanders. Tarpy says, no, DJ, it wasn't even 180. It was 150. Oh, so you could have done the 2 Fleet Commanders free to play. Wow. That's absolutely wild. So when you look at there's one thing, and we've actually we've roasted them on this before about just comparing raw loot totals because they came out and they said, well, if it's a shorter one, it's going to be less loot or it's not going to be blah, 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 blah. We've talked about that. We've kind of roasted them on that. But we've also have to acknowledge and come back and say, listen, if they're going to add more valuable stuff for cheaper loot prices in the store, then it does in effect give a raise to the amount of loot currency. All right. Monetarily or quantifiably, they might have given 300,000 loot. But the fact that you had a $100 pack in the event store for the equivalent of 150,000 event store loot, in referring to the Fleet Commanders, that makes this 300,000 loot go a little further when it comes to the value that you can get out of the store, Jules. Don't you think?
Oh, for sure. For sure. And one of the other things, too, that I was noticing was there was a lot more. The regional leaderboards, I think, was different, too, this month. There was a few different regional leaderboards that awarded event store currency. And that's just a different type of leaderboard that we're starting to get used to. Mm-hmm. And seeing, some people are being able to dominate the regional leaderboard, and some people are only able to like get top 250, but even that was paying out well as well. So just different types of leaderboards serving up new loot. So I think it's going to be having that broader range. Now we didn't see any ALBs this month, or any. The only AMS that we saw was the getting the credits every day.
Right.
Which one was that one?
So you
there's
can even
less.
see.
There's less.
Yeah, you can even see
Initially,
how it kind of broke some of this out. As a matter of fact, it looks like free-to-play loot came in right at 300,000, but even the Battle Pass, which was loaded decently, and tickets, gave another 300,000? Am I reading this right?
No, that's total with Battle Pass and tickets, and that this is the elite track of the Battle Pass. Plus, if you got all tickets. Now, in the past, tickets were a very large portion. So, if you invested and bought tickets, then we would kind of include what that breakout was, because a lot of people would be able to either bank up their tickets or just buy tickets, and they can see what that loot comparison would be. In this case, the only loot that you would get from tickets is from a rare ticketed event. I included one out of the entire month, so all 3 weekends. If you saved up everything, you could technically get one rare ticketed event each month. So that is included in there, but all of the rest aren't. Now, if you're a player who banked up, and at this point, rare ticket events haven't gone away, so you could start hoarding your rare tickets, and you really wanted that extra 9,000, you could bank up and actually do more rare ticket events here. The same strategies we did employed in the past when they were in the standard ticket events.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you. At 9,000 per rare ticket, it almost doesn't feel worth it anymore. That strategy, I feel, has fallen by the wayside. The calls from the community to keep resources and materials in the tickets appears to have won out here, because even if you spend 9 tickets for what you're looking at, 9 tickets will get you 9,000 loot. It's not even worth it anymore. It's not worth it anymore. So if they keep this current model, I could definitely say it's not worth banking them anymore. You might as well take the resources and materials when you can get them, because it's certainly not worth it for event store loot. The Battle Pass also notably only giving about 9,000 loot this month, which is actually low in comparison to previous months. The elite track, no, wait, let's see. Something's off here.
Yeah, I'll fix that.
Yeah, something's off here, because it had 19,000 in it, which actually is a little closer, so that's okay. So your Battle Pass and tickets actually came out to be a little bit more than 18,000 extra loot. You would have had 27,000 extra loot, which is a little bit more on par. But again, you take a look at the amount of event store currency that they paid out, and the number of events that ran, and the variety of events that they ran, is actually, surprisingly, Griffin, a decent month for event store chasers.
We have done 5 of these 2-month arcs this year. That's all we've had, are 2-month arcs, for the first time in the history of the game. So we've had 5 event stores, and by far, what do you mean, well?
Let's see. So Symbiosis, even though it was only a 2-month arc, it was 3 months since the last store. Because how do we justify that? Did we go? There wasn't a buffer arc, was there? I don't think that's right either.
Yeah, there's Galaxy Quest.
Galaxy Quest.
Oh,
is
yeah,
1
of
month,
course. Yeah. Galaxy Quest was a single month arc. So you had so Galaxy Quest was 1 plus 2 Symbiosis. So yeah, 3 months then. So even though you say there's only been 2 2-month arcs there, Griffin, it was still 3 months since the Mirror event store.
That is true.
Yeah, and same thing with Enterprise Part 3. It was a 3-month arc that started out 2024. So you are kind of correct with the verbiage of the arcs that we've had, but there's still only been 4 event stores this year. But crazy, this has been the highest paying one of 2024 so far.
Yeah.
Certainly not a historical high. But again, when you talk about what's in the store, it's certainly feasible to say that maybe, perhaps, this one offered some higher value in comparison to some of the other stores, certainly of this year. I mean, maybe we didn't get 400,000 loot like we did in in the Picard arc, right? Or we didn't get the 600,000 loot that we got in DS9. But it's arguable that what came in the event store this month is certainly probably in a top 5 as far as the options that were in the event store. So that's certainly something that should be noted as well. Jules, any other comments or observations or analytics when it comes to the event store this month? What was it that you saw that players should have invested in? For example, if I haven't spent my loot yet, which I have not, all right, what should I spend it on?
Well, we already detailed the fleet commanders. The biggest and most valuable to me is always officers that don't show acquisition at this time. Dane Alexander to me was the biggest value because I value speed and impulse, particularly as that is one of my strategies going into arenas. And I just like having impulse. He's a below deck officer giving me impulse, so I put all of my loot into him.
All right, so that's everything going into Alexander Dane, which does maintain kind of the theory that we've always talked about as far as investing into officers. Those are the hardest things to get as far as an ongoing piece of content in the game. So absolutely, Alexander Dane may very well be what I go for. Tarpy says, again, not much in there for G6. And I don't know. Here's the thing. I have always been sensitive to that argument. But there is also the fact that anything that goes into an event store is typically the content that's been released, and if you have bought it all, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not using that. I'm not saying that disparagingly. I'm just saying you say there's not a lot in there, but there's not a ton of options when all the content has been paid for.
I disagree. I mean, what I was able to
you've got
really
materials,
with,
building materials, but
the ship parts, all of the ships. I maxed out all of the ship parts that I could for things I'm still trying to upgrade. The Cube, the Titan, the Eviscerator. I mean, there were a lot of great options there on ship parts, and that's where I spent my loot, and I'm happy that I did it.
So are you capped out there though? Can you not spend all your loot as a G6 player?
I might barely finish the Titan ship parts. I already cleaned out the Eviscerator. I cleaned out the Borg Cube, and I think I'm going to clean out in a little bit here. I'll know for sure the Titan A. Mm-hmm.
So I'm in an alliance with 370s and some other higher G6s. So I understand that I'm in a stronger alliance than a lot of people, with people that have paid for a lot more content. But they are getting event store currency, and they literally didn't need anything in the event store. So basically, those players at the top of my alliance who've paid as much money as they have had no reason to engage in a lot of the events this month.
Including the ship parts. Their ships are all maxed.
Well, I mean,
Yes.
but they can buy them. I mean, you can buy a max ship. So,
yes.
So
like they literally had nothing to go for in the event store.
So, but what do you put there? What do you put there, though? I mean, in all fairness,
they asked for G6 ship BPs.
All right.
Can they buy faction credits?
I mean, they probably have LAT to do that, but
no. In the store. In the store. I'm talking about are there faction credits in the store?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I've never looked at it, and I'm sure the conversion would be terrible if there are. But I'm kind of curious if that is, if all they're after are blueprints.
I mean, I asked one of our 70s, like, what would you like to see in there a few weeks ago? And he was like, yeah, I'd love to see G6 ship parts or G6, like, ship blueprints or cloaks or something like that.
Yeah, I do not see faction credits in here. Murphy, thanks for the 24-month resub. Appreciate you, man. 2 years already, man. Glad you're having fun. Thank you.
There's Sigma resources in here for G6.
But if you're 70, you don't need them.
Well, if they need ship EPs, they still need Sigma Tritanium, so they do.
Yeah.
I agree with DJs here. It's hard to make that argument. If you've bought everything and maxed every officer already, I can understand why you don't see value here. But the officers that were released, Torah, like Deja Shora, how do people have her maxed already? And I still see that there's value in at least acquiring officers. Is there almost always value there?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, when you look at the officers, Torah was this month's officer. No, last month's officer. But she was the epic. She can't possibly be maxed yet. So there's that. Jason Nesmith cannot be maxed. Toli, Laliari, and Dane could be maxed, but those are the rares. So I get it. I understand what you're saying, and I certainly understand what they're saying is that they'd like to have some more option. And while I am not insensitive to it, because I totally listen. Bubba used to say the same thing. There's nothing there for me. And I get that. But there also is. I mean, there is that fact that you bought it already. Right? Like a lot of us will approach event stores knowing that there's something upcoming that we'll do. Like some people may have not maxed Dane, counting on the fact that they were going to use some loot in the event store to do that.
Sure.
A lot of people plan on the upcoming event store to say, okay, well, I'll work on that officer, or I'll work on that officer because they're going to be in the event store. Dane would have certainly would have been one of those.
Scopely hasn't always been putting the most recent officers in the event stores, though.
They do. They always put,
not every time.
Every event store has that ARC's officers, every single one. They have tried to pull it out once or twice before, and then we raise Holy Cain. But no, those current month officers are not. You're right, not like that current month Sugar Bean, but that ARC are always in there. Especially
but didn't we have
the rares.
Problem that data wasn't there a whole thing around MU data?
There was.
That's what he was talking about.
Yeah.
And we fixed that.
And he came out. It was probably by day 7 or day 8 they put him back in there. But yeah, they tried to pull him out, and we made the argument like that's never ever happened. But they didn't end up putting that back. So I don't know that you could count on that for precedent, Tarpy. I mean, the precedent is that the officers are there.
Yeah, I know that this is meant as a catch-up thing, but what I'm trying to say is that the 70s in my alliance, yes, they know they've bought everything. That no one is denying that. It's that they had no reason to engage in the events that gave event store loot. So with the Vindicator kind of falling flat for a lot of upper G5, G6, and 70s, they literally had almost nothing to go for this arc. That was the bigger issue.
Well,
so it was like
that is agreeable, but that's an issue with the Vindicator being trash. All right.
Well, also, but like you get event store loot from pretty much every event, and yes, we had other events that gave Syndicate XP, but it was more that there was no reason for them to do half of the events that were put out there if they didn't need anything from the event store.
Well, like Jules said, I mean, the conversion is bad, but something is better than nothing, right? I mean, they could have gone in for Sigma. They could have gone in for Forbidden Tech. Again, Forbidden Tech is a questionable one, too, because they might have just paid to fully max it. So, I'm sympathetic to that, but it's not as though there's a shortage of things in the store that can be of use to people. The G6 blueprints, totally can see that being a thing. Some extra skins, says Rucker, could be a thing. I don't disagree. But again, on skins, those are probably something that people have bought. The ships, though, I could definitely see that being a thing. But I totally acknowledge that position. I'm not trying to walk around it. I'm just saying.
Point, we saw with Trader. There does come a point where you can spend to the point you basically beat the game.
Yeah, you've spent
There's
to the
not
point
a
of
whole lot left to
expiration.
do.
Yeah.
Correct. Until the next generation comes out. That is the thing.
Yeah, no, that's very, very true. As a matter of fact, I was actually having a conversation with On Call Doc this past week where he talked to me about players being ready, and I'm not even kidding you. Can you believe that he said this? He came into Dev Chat and actually formally requested G7 content from the Whale Pod. He came in and said, listen, players are at 70. They're tapped out. They're done. It's time for us to look at ops expanding to level 80. And we're not even a year in. We are not 1 year in. Are we 1 year in? No. Didn't that happen
October?
It happened. I thought it happened in December. Did it happen in October?
I thought it was November.
Yeah, Caledon. They're asking for G7. Like, and that is mind-boggling to me. It's absolutely we complained. Like, I remember traders saying, "No, we don't want G6. We don't want G6. We don't want G6." And then G6 comes out, and 10 months later, we're screaming for G7.
Well, what they're really asking for first is they're asking for hostiles that go above 70. So there's something challenging to do, and armadas.
Well,
That's one.
that's fair. Yeah, that's for sure fair. And we've been talking about that for a long time. I mean, Scopely is notoriously bad for designing the leading edge content, and which is why, guys, don't ask for G7 because it's going to be the same thing. Oh, you know, and I'm not trying to disparage anybody. I'm just saying, like, they've proven 4 times what a generational expansion looks like, and what does it do? What content do you have? We don't need that whole. Instead of asking for 10 more ops levels, we need to be talking about how they create content that's engaging and interesting and challenging and fun for you guys at the levels that you guys are, instead of making 10 more levels for you to grow. And for what?
Exactly.
For what reason other than progression? You know, this
is a really good point. We should just go straight to G9.
Oh, Jesus God.
Oh,
might as well. Might as well.
Like Microsoft,
just roll.
Just skip Windows 9 altogether and go from 8 right to 10.
Done.
Easy. Oh, my goodness gracious. All right. Oh, anything else, Jules, that you had that you wanted to talk to tonight regarding the ARC, Event Storlude, anything outside of that? You missed the first part of the show when we were kind of talking about engineering and just the general feel of the month. I don't think that this was one of Scopely's worst months. As a matter of fact, I think it probably is going to rank in probably the top 3 for the year, surprisingly, after such a rough start with, last month with tournaments and then, arenas and just some of the stuff that's happened this month. All in all, they've had a pretty successful arc.
Well, they did boof the second treasury. I mean, there is that.
But that was not in balance. It was some kind of, and they just gave it to people. Like it wasn't. That's not a thing. It was just the metric. You killed a hostile, you unlocked the treasury. It basically just became a pack at that point, and a free pack for some players who were looking for ship parts. That was not necessarily a bad thing for a lot of people. Besides, who doesn't unlock their treasury? I'm not saying that everybody gets it, but who doesn't hit the 700 points? Almost everybody does that.
Good
so
point.
They just made it available. I don't know that I would call that a big fail.
Well, they took away the desealing rod, and I'm still mad about it.
What do you mean they took away the desealing rod?
Didn't they take away little parts for the desealing rod?
No.
Yeah, they did.
What are you talking about? They were still present in the battle pass. They were still present in the overflow and all that stuff.
No, they were?
Yes, they were.
I don't know.
They literally took nothing away other than the 700 points to open it. They just automatically opened it for people.
I am too busy trying to get to level 50.
It was too busy clicking to 70. All right. They just took it away from you. Listen, thank you for the reminder. I think it was Caledon. Was it Caledon? No, Kaviji. That's actually a good thing I want to ask Jules about. Officer performance. We have 1 or 2 retractions that we've got to make regarding the performance, not only of Mazriat Vael, but also, as I understand it, Beer has an unexpected ability as well. And Jules, both of these are player beneficial as compared to what we had originally talked about. Let's start with this month's epic, Mazriat Vael. She was being compared to Hugh in her performance, at least in the way that she was written. And we had said at that time, well, Hugh has a limitation, right? Hugh does not function well with Janeway because Janeway, after the first round, will not allow the ship to take hull damage, and Hugh required hull damage in order to proc. So we assumed that Vael was going to do the same kind of thing with regards to her below-deck ability. But as we discovered, Jules, it's not exactly the case, is it?
That's true. We actually tested Vael, and we realized that she actually still procs regardless of whether your ship takes hull damage or not. So as long as you're hit by an armada or hostile, which is the actual wording. So We believe that Vial is actually working as intended, whereas Hugh may not be, or that's just how he's coded. But they're coded differently. So even with Janeway, she will still proc.
That's right, because that one is defined as being hit by. Now, Hugh is written the same way after being hit by a hostile, but his tooltip was later discovered to be inaccurate. The way that he is actually working is when you take hull damage. All right, so that tooltip should actually be corrected on Hugh. We never really forced the issue because, after being hit by a hostile was relatively clear. However, now that we've got two officers with the same verbiage, it is a situation where we are looking at Hugh with an inaccurate tooltip because he should be rewritten to when takes hull damage. But Vial is actually working the way that we expected Hugh to, in which it is only the receipt of a shot, regardless of the damage that is taken. So, if we are talking about Vial, Jules, is she now more or less valuable than before? Is this player beneficial? And is she now locked out of combination of any other crew like Janeway?
No, she's not locked out, and I think that she is definitely valuable.
All right, so Vial increasing in her value as we have unlocked and tested with her. Now, I am not as familiar with what was going on with beer this month. Tell us, Jules, with the Doc Brown officer in the game, we're talking about beer. I am also being told that there was a player beneficial revelation regarding beer's abilities. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I'm not as familiar with this either, but I would imagine if you look at his ability, he also is worded the same way in his activation when hit by an Armada or hostile. I believe this would also work regardless of whether you take hull damage or not.
Yeah, the exact same. Okay, so is that what you guys were referring to earlier? It was basically the exact same type of mechanic that is working with Vial is also working with Beer's officer ability in increasing your critical damage, the same way that Vial is increasing your critical chance. All right. So both of those officers having a little bit of a surprise twist this month. Was there a free-to-play unlock for Beer? No, sadly there was not. And thus chalks up another month in the year when we have seen no participation-based unlock, Griffin. As a matter of fact, we can now say that it's only happened one time this month. You say it's odd retrieving, but it's not really, because only one time in 2024 has a rare officer actually been unlockable through engagement in the Ark. And that's sad. It didn't used to be that way, but it certainly has held the case for 2024 for sure.
And I will say that another thing about Beer is that he increases critical damage, and it's Armada or hostile. We typically know that language also means that he'll work against chimeras. So that increasing critical damage is pretty rare to see in an officer that works against a chimera, so he may have extra value.
Yeah. Benny Hill says they're definitely trying to normalize that rare officer acquisition. Cruzito says not even in a $20 battle pass. And that's what I'm referring. I say free to play. That hasn't happened in 2024 at all. But there was one month where the $20 battle pass actually got you the rare officer. And that, of course, has not been a big thing this month either. Retrieving says, though, I have unlocked all the rares except for Mirror Esri, Mirror Troy, and now Beer. And I'm going to come out and kind of point out, Retrieving, that would be the most recent officers. So depending on their long-term sourcing and what happens in an event store, that might be why. The Vindicator is there for the Mirror Universe folks, which is true. It's just a little slower. That's right, Tarpy. It's a little slower. But, if you have unlocked all rares this year, then that speaks to the value of the event store as an entire thing. So Kaviji says, I'm skipping the rare this arc. I don't see the value. And Beer, Beer is, I don't think that he was the most valuable thing to players, but, I mean, a below deck ability for loot gain is certainly not a bad thing. Okay.
Well, especially at the level of which he's accomplishable at tier 5, which is 100%. That's double the effectiveness of the doctor, right?
And it's the same as 5 of 11. So Kaviji
Right.
says, I don't know about the rare. I would say for his officer ability, maybe not a big thing, but certainly his below deck ability. And listen, I'm going to throw out a little bit of a side effect here, and Tarpey kind of mentions it. Loot gain during a loot grinding event, a loot grinding arc, kind of makes sense. But I'm going to point out that there are more players these days complaining about the hostile cap. All right. That is the thing. More players complain about the hostile cap than what is customary. So I may potentially say that while I don't necessarily, have an opinion that I want to debate tonight regarding the hostile cap, this is going to make it easier for you to earn more loot off the hostels that you can earn loot from before you hit that cap. I'm still shocked at how many people hit the cap. I mean, it's absolutely mind-blowing to me how many people hit the cap. I can't do my battle pass event during the day, but you guys are out there grinding 2,000 hostels and complaining about it, that you can't get it anymore. So there's that. I just can't do it. Benny Hill says, I hit the cap regularly. I just can't. But that being said, for those of you who do hit the cap, a potentially beautiful side effect of using beer is that you can earn more loot before you stop earning loot if you are a player that hits the cap.
Can I make a point about beer?
Yeah, absolutely, Karkin. What's your favorite part of beer?
Well, just the fact you're talking about his loot acquisition. But his below deck is only for non-armadas. Well, you have Dejosh in the captain seat. Beer is one of the only other officers that offers good synergy to roll out that secondary, that loot crew with Dejosh, Beer, and who's the third? Yeah,
Tully. So right,
Tully.
Yeah. So
So you're still getting loot from armadas, just in a different aspect. He's not going to do it under deck. He's going to do it up deck.
So, you can still get loot gain. Yeah, that's a really good point. You can still get loot gain out of his officer ability by simply providing synergy to Dejosh Tolra. All right. Voltron says, I want free beer. Why couldn't I get a free beer?
Well, that's the problem with that name. Going back into Mirror Universe for just a second, when you have beer on your crew, and just it's crazy, DJs, what's happening, which I know you don't engage in this aspect, but the faction rep.
Yeah, the amount of rep.
When you're
crazy.
exocomped, when you got that mirror research done, when you have the right loot crew now, and now with beer on there as well. I mean, I'm seeing hits of 35, 38 million per hit.
Yeah.
In the 70 systems. And that's just so fun.
And Jules, if I'm not mistaken, I don't have this chart handy at the moment, but if I'm not mistaken, there's been testing in the lab that confirms that beer goes into that third column, that third category on that chart, which means he's double affected. He's like Galinar. He's double effective with the Exos, right?
I would actually not suggest that because it's only been positive rep. Whenever it says positive rep only gains, then it's usually double affected. But if it's just regular loot, then it goes into the bucket of loot.
Gotcha. Okay, so this goes into column number 2. So not necessarily doubled up by beer or by Exos, but nonetheless still impacting and increasing loot. So, I mean, that's never a bad thing when you're talking about rep. So, because you say I don't do it, Griffin, but it's actually going to be time for me to do that soon. I hit up 62, which means I'm starting my progression towards 63, and then I'm going to need to build a ship. So it's going to be soon that I have to consider starting to grind rep, which is disgusting to me. I hate it.
Well, speaking of progression through G6, I do want to tease a little future content from the Ultimate DJs team. We are going to come out with a Welcome to G6 packet for you players that are just now entering or thinking about entering the G6 world. I'm hoping to do that this week, DJ, so we can find time.
Yeah, very, very excited about that. Jules has actually been putting this together, so you know it's going to be brilliant because he wrote it. That's right. The Welcome to G6 presentation. Things that you need to know about, be prepared, and looking at the economies of scale and how they change and differ. The sources of Sigma and speed ups, et cetera, et cetera. Because, again, it's a brand spanking new game. All right, brand spanking new game. Kavichi says you won't progress through G6 without spending thousands on rep packs or doing the Mirror Universe rep grind, which is kind of what Griffin's been talking about and what I'm going to have to start doing here before too long because I haven't done it. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The rep grind in Mirror Universe is going to be a big deal. So yeah, Jules has been working on this presentation for actually several weeks, and we're excited about being able to bring it to you. Plus, in other Twitching Trek and Talking Trek related news, Griffin is working on a new player experience. As a matter of fact, we are simply awaiting Scopely's final word on what they're doing with this new field training thing that is still dead. Waiting, Scopely. By the way, I never knew that clock was red. You haven't been green this entire stream. It's always been a green clock.
I've been such a good boy. I've been a good boy.
Look, is that a new clock? Is that a new clock or is that the broken one?
No, it's the same broken clock. The glass is missing.
Oh,
no glass.
I never knew that was a red clock. I just always assumed it was a green clock. You know what? People are distraught. There you go. Hold the clock back up and remind everybody that it is, in fact, a green clock. Oh, thank God. All right, things were getting weird there for a second. So Silver Tab says, isn't G6 progression just buy more packs? I'll be honest with you. No. All right.
Hey, why am I green? I didn't do anything wrong.
I just need to see the clock. Sorry. Listen, late G6 progression could absolutely be buy more packs. I got to be honest with you. Matters, you have said this as well. Jules, you have said this as well. I believe that I have played in G6 long enough, and this will be a topic for another day because we got to get ready to wrap. It's almost been 4 hours. But a lot of people were praiseworthy of G6 in the early G6s and then became critical again that it was very expensive as time went on. I think that is, if you're looking at pure cash equivalent, certainly possible. But I have found my G6 experience to actually be very, very pleasant. I have enjoyed G6, I believe, more than I enjoyed G5. I could be wrong. I'm curious. Oh, Matters is not on the stage. Jules, you've played in G6 almost as long as I have. I feel like this has not been as terrible an expansion as what a lot of people might have originally cast doubt upon. And maybe evidenced by the fact that you've got a lot of the whale pod out there screaming for G7 already.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think that there's already been some economy improvements through various parts of the game that we'll talk about when we do this presentation. But it's also it's playing at your own style. You know, like I'm playing as getting to 66 as fast as possible, doing nothing, and you're playing as very much I want to complete things before I move up the next ops level. And you're both having a good experience doing that. So
yeah,
I definitely it's a different game.
Is still moving way too fast.
The thing is, I have not run into a wall of content, which is, I think, what happened a lot in G4 and G5 was finding yourself in a position to not be able to participate in something because you needed to level up. I am not running into that in G6. I'm able to do my dailies. I'm able to do my hazard stuff. I'm able to participate in the events. I can hit the appropriate hostiles. You know, I am not running into those artificial gates that existed throughout G4 and G5. Definitely in G4. If you guys remember, you had Angel in Disguise at 42, and then the rare there was stuff almost every ops level in G4 that breadcrumbed you to the next ops level. I've not experienced that in G6. So we're going to talk more about that later on. Cruzito says at 66 plus they show up, and that might be right now, Cruzito, because again, there you're still looking at the the cash equivalent kind of thing, because again, you got to remember G6 is only at this point 6 or 7 months old. Well, no, that's not true. We'll call it 9 months.
A year old.
It's
a
a
year
year,
old.
11 months old. So, but in an original plan of a 2-year expansion, 66 plus is still considered cash. Like, that would still be pay to progress. It's not been scaled for a progressive economy yet. So, I would tend to probably agree that makes sense, Cruzito. But, Ops 60 through 65 has been very enjoyable. Call me crazy as a player, here within the first year of G6. So, listen, there's more to talk about. Like I said, a topic for another day, but special thanks to Jules for preparing that, and Griffin, who's working on the new player experience. We're just waiting on the field training thing to get pushed, and then we're going to actually create a new account, aren't you, Griffin? You're going to play it and see how much field training is actually changing the new player experience in our effort here at Talking Trek to reach out and cover all the bands, because really, truthfully, there's multiple games going on here now, and one perspective does not cover them all. So we're looking at working on that as well. Tarpey, from what I understand, is working with Dastros on a G5 welcome pack as well. And, of course, Beck has talked to us about the G4 pack, trying to get past that level 39 hump. So that's what we're doing. Ham Sam says, "Yo, APAC Arena starting in 10 minutes. Gotta run, DJs. Thank you for being here." Yep, APAC Arena starting. So I think that would then confirm, ladies and gents, that arenas are running at the same time this time, and no changes, I think, which, again, I'm going to be in the doghouse, but I think it's necessary. All right. Sorry, Tarpey. Sorry, Karkin. I think it has to stick around for a minute the way it is.
You don't want me to play?
Huh?
You don't want me to play?
Why? Why couldn't you play? What's your
I can't
ops?
play 8 hours. I can ops. It's the hours.
Oh,
just give me 12, man. Give me 12 hours.
Well, that I could get behind. I could get behind 12 hours. It can't go 24, guys. It can't go 24. But I could see 12 hours. I really can.
I can work with 12. I don't work for 12 hours, but I work for 8. So
yeah, no, I get that. I get that. I get that. And I'm not saying that it's perfect in its run. There's definitely some changes that need to happen, but we've got to be very careful with this. You got to be very careful.
Or just middle of the night. Just give me my middle of the night.
Yeah.
Just do reset to reset and then alternate which reset to reset it is. So
that's not gonna
noon
work.
Eastern.
That's still 24 hours. It's not gonna work.
No. Alternate 1 week to the next or something like that. So
what did you do?
This
Griffin?
week it's noon to midnight.
I'm on my last building to upgrade for this effing level 66.
I like that idea, Tarpey.
And it's this dilithium vault, and I'm just moving along.
The dilithium vault. How many levels of dilithium vault do you have to do?
I need 2 million Sigma Parsteel. 2 million.
Oh, you can get that in one pack, can't you?
No, that's like 4 more packs.
Don't you have Spock's Club?
Yeah. Why weren't you running Spock's Club, huh? Jeez. All right, guys. Thank you guys so very, very much. I appreciate all of you guys for coming in, hanging out. It's been a great show for Griffin, who's going to sign off and go buy more packs. And Karkin, Tarpey, Jules Verne. Oh, my God. It's already happening. Jules Verne, Tarpey, Griffin, everywhere it matters, Putz, and myself. Thank you guys also very much for being a part of our live studio audience. Please do remember to go and visit our Patreon page, where we've added 2 new brackets, and check out the brand new streaming content from Studio B. Even Scaly Back will be able to enjoy that by listening to the audio-only version in podcast form over on Patreon. 2 new levels. Basically, your all-access door pass to everything Studio B, starting at only $15 a month, and that is not in addition to what you're already spending. That could just be as little as $5 more for those of you already subscribed to the Patreon. Thank you guys so very, very much for supporting our show through Patreon. Be sure to visit the Patreon page to get your access to Studio B and get your name read right here on the closing credits of Talking Trek, like these fine players. Thank you, Lord Neelix, Lady Kess, Trader Iron Chef, Virtual Army, Mechrack, Regis, Shady Pines, Lobot, Segura, Cruzito, and Susie Hank. Ape, DJ Gur, MC101, Lightbulb, Louis P, Grog, Archangel, Smoke Mohawk, Jet Ski, Papa Smurf, Jason, Captain Jack, Vanadium Scorpionus, Archer, and Honey, Indominus, Casey Jones, Canine Tooth, Sir Tail, A-Fox, Judge Krent, G-Force, Bamingus, Captain Q, Admiral Inwater, Cha-Cha Roar, Scarlet Hawk, DJ's got rated again, which is fact, that happened today. Jaga, Never Go Full Tilly, Blue Mandalorian, Noxus Excipitor, Fermax, Dr. Link, Clueless One, Welch, Gunner, Unimatrix, Gornography, Addict, Balabom, King of 101, Medic 213, J-Babes, Dark Knight, Pixelate, Buddy, Spectre, Yukai, Nico, Diva Dorsal, McLovin, Griffin, Mean Bean, Thomas, Everywhere It Matters, Shannara, and Delisha. DJ's Better Refine More, ISO, Sweet and Psycho, Lieutenant Tom Collins, Check, and Game Junior on the Patreon list. And while we've been on, Griffin, a couple of new players who have signed on and upgraded their Patreons. Let me just say, hey, thanks to Tony and Colin. Thank you guys for joining the Patreon. You guys are incredible. Appreciate you guys so very, very much. My name is Ultimate DJs, your friendly neighborhood cat person saying meow for now. Love you, mean it. We will catch you on the next edition of Talking Trek coming up later this week, and possibly coming up Monday night. We'll be over on Twitch to stream a little bit more of the PvP arena. In the meantime, thank you guys for supporting Talking Track, a registered trademark and recorded in front of a live studio audience for distribution across podcast platforms everywhere. You guys have a great night. Love you, mean it. Meow. Cool. And looks like my Adobe is frozen. That's not good. We'll let that sit for a second. Where would you guys like to raid tonight? Is there anybody on that you guys would like to raid to over there on? Oh my gosh! You know what? I have a fun channel that I would like to share with you guys. First of all, is anybody playing Star Trek? Nobody's playing Star Trek. All right. For those of you who like older classical content, okay. Can I just say that there's a channel over here that is the most unique thing I've ever seen on Twitch. Can I share it with you guys? Would that be okay? This streamer's name is Nicole Belafonte, and she basically does a show straight out of the 1930s. Griffin, I'm not kidding you when I say that she streams from the 1930s. Her stream is in black and white. She plays music on a vinyl record player and does commentary. It's basically like she's broadcasting from the times. Benny Hill says, I know Nicole Belafonte. I actually learned about her from Database. Database raided into her one night, and I watched her, and I instantly became addicted. I followed the channel and subscribed. She does old movie showings, old music. She's absolutely bloody brilliant on Twitch, and we are going to go say hello to her very quickly. Brand new to my follow list is Nicole Belafonte. You guys be sure to go over and check it out. It's not for everybody. Totally get it. Not for everybody. But go check it out and give it a try. It looks like she's listening to Jazz and Swing tonight from 1945. An absolutely amazing stream, and you guys will have a chance to go check her out now. It's Nicole Belafonte on Twitch. Thank you guys. Have a wonderful night. Take care. Oh, yeah. That's good stuff.
It's a heady concoction, the music and good company.
That's good stuff right there.
Time of night when the moon is high. Hello, everyone. Hello. How do you do? How do you do? Welcome to the Jazz and Swing Lounge this evening. You've come at a good time. Well, the more the merrier. Oh, well, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you coming into our little jazz lounge. Wunderbar. That's right, that's right. It was just a drill. If it had been the real thing, you would have done marvelously. Beautiful job. Oh, thank you for coming on in. Oh yeah? Well, these days you gotta keep people alert. Hey, thank you! You really like me. Oh, I'm flattered. Yeah, it's a good touch because it keeps people on their toes. the National Aeronautics or something or other.